Which old picture when at the travel council, that was horrible. Defined commission, travel council, you know, they all glanced like.
Good.
That's not a separate timer for my timestamps.
Oh yeah, gotcha.
I always read the big.
Now we're recording. Should be live.
Okay. So we're good? All right, thank you. All right, I will call to order this regular Grant County Commission meeting. It is 3 o'clock on September 6th. We're starting an hour early today because we have a lengthy agenda and we have a lot of presentations. Today, we will be doing our regular citizens to be heard as soon after 4 p.m. as possible, and also as soon after 6 p.m. as possible. So if you're here for a citizens to be heard, you'll be given a chance to speak right about 4 o'clock. And we will also do a 15-minute recess right before we get to our action items after general commission reports. So that's the way we're going to go today. And I'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we will start off with our department reports. We have Izzy Weimholt with the Weeds Department. First up. And you're welcome to come up to the table if you like, Izzy.
So you gotta make her do it.
All right.
Well, you can sit
No, you can sit right
Yeah, right in the middle seat is fine. Yeah.
You can sit here. Just don't make your laptop block the microphone.
All right, so I'll log on.
As she's getting ready, I'm gonna give a little, Izzy, I was hunting on Elk Ridge this weekend. That's San Juan County, I understand, but it was just weed free and it's just so cool to be in those environments. You know what I mean? Like
do,
no
yeah.
cheatgrass.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
Tumbleweeds.
Nice.
I was by Gooseberry. Yeah. I was going around with Ben Chicken. Do you know Ben? He's the ranger down there.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Some solid camera channel test.
Were you down in Elk Ridge?
Yeah.
Why did you not run into you?
I don't know. It's just a big
Yeah.
Really long.
Gotta remember our mic still. Otherwise, we're not heard. Sorry, y'all.
No, it's no problem. Actually, I realized I forgot to say who is here. So all present, we have Commissioners Josie Kovash, Tricia Dean, Sarah Stock, Mary McGann, and myself, Jacques Hadler, as well as County Associate Administrator Quinn Hall and Clerk Gabe Wojtek. Looks like virtually.
Is Kevin on?
Not yet, yeah. Yeah, he did, yeah. Yeah, and Commissioner Clapper will not be joining us tonight with an excused absence.
Sounds like a teacher, eh? Excused absence.
Okay, I'm struggling to connect to the website now. The internet thing. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. You're like that.
That's really something to look up here and see Fort Wilmington.
Oh, yeah, didn't even realize.
I was talking that to myself.
That's
It's a rarity. While we're waiting, I'll plug the night of Death and Mystery, which is going to be on the 17th of this month. It's going to be amazing. You can get your tickets at Everbright, I believe is the name of the site. It's free because we didn't want anyone to choose not to come because of cost of tickets. It's being put on by the hospice, and all proceeds will go to the hospice organization. So we're encouraging donations. It's from people who have seen it, and when you go online and read the reviews, it's supposed to be just, you walk away, just feeling so different. And, and so I highly recommend it. I'm very excited about it. So while we're waiting, there's a plug. Put it on your calendars. September 17th, Saturday at Star Hall.
It's at Star Hall. Yeah, thanks, Mary. Hadn't heard.
And another plug, since we have the time, go to the museum. They have a special presentation on Grandstaff Canyon. Genealogists from Putting on Your Roots, PBS, did a genealogy of Grandstaff, and it's being presented at the museum right now. It's very, very good.
Izzy, what is going on?
It's just everything. Zoom had to update, and now we're here.
And we've just been joined by Commissioner Walker on Zoom. Hi, Kevin.
Kevin, you haven't missed anything except announcements.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, here we go.
I have those in my heart. They never leave my heart, so I'm okay with it.
All right, how does this look? Good?
Yeah, it's
Cool. All right, here we go. My name is Izzy Weinhold. I'm with the Grand County Noxious Weeds Department. This is my annual report. I'll try and keep it under 15. So this is, anybody recognize this plant back here? People
Oh,
are
yeah.
excited? Yeah. Who knows it? Yeah. Yep, we got Myrtle's Purge, often found in gardens and private property. It's a class 4 prohibited, which means that you can't sell it or buy it in the state of Utah. But if you do try and treat it, make sure you wear iPro and gloves because it can be pretty toxic and irritating. So, but it is gorgeous. So. All right, I'm just going to do a quick, what are noxious weeds? On the side here is the classic poster of Utah's noxious weeds. We have some on my department if you want one. Weeds are plants that are deemed undesirable and can include invasive, naturalized, and native plant species. It's very subjective as to what a weed is. A noxious weed, on the other hand, is a plant species that has been listed in the Utah Noxious Weed Act. Each state has their own noxious weed list with variation in species and ranking. So our list is different than Colorado's, which sometimes causes problems. So I'm just going to quickly go through our most relevant weeds today. African rue, it is highest on our species ranking list for the state, and we have the only infestation known in Utah, and I'll go into detail a little bit later.
What did you say? We have the only what?
We have the only infestation in Utah, in Grant County.
Oh, okay.
Next highest is Giant Reed. This is our winter project. We do a lot of this on private property, as well as Japanese knotweed, also high on our list, and also mostly on private property. Oops. So this is black henbane, something that we often treat in the book clips. Purple loosestrife is something that we mostly only treat on the Colorado River. Tamarisk, I'm sure you're all familiar with it. Right now it's turning brown because of the tamarisk beetle. The beetles doing their work. They're doing it all right now. I'm sure you're very familiar with this one. This is a class 3 contained, but it's very high on our county need-based list. Russian olive is another ubiquitous plant. And Ravenna grass is only listed on the Grant County noxious weed list. It is not listed on this. Yeah, so treatment methods. In order to have more effective and sustainable projects, we use a combination of treatment methods on each site. This practice, known as integrated pest management, or IPM, uses the following methods of control. Mechanical, which can include digging, mowing, cutting, and is very effective on some species, but not on all of them, which is why we also use chemical. We mostly use herbicide, synthetic herbicides, chemical, and we use it when other methods of control are deemed ineffective or inappropriate for the site or project. Some plants don't respond well to cutting or digging. They resprout from roots, so we have to use a systemic herbicide to truly treat an infestation. Control. This is a photo of all my little pamphlets. And I can grab some later if you're interested. But a cultural control method is education and outreach. It can also include changing how we interact with the site, such as putting a fence up or closing it for a restoration area. Basically, changing what the site is like in order to treat weeds. And then finally, biological, which is the use of natural predation to assist in controlling infestations, such as the tamarisk beetle that's doing its work out there. Here's an overview of our projects and also my presentation. We're going to start with partnerships, education, and outreach. I'm going to go into detail on giant reed, Ravenna grass, African rue, hound's tongue, henbane, goat heads, and then a little bit on general noxious weed control. So this is a picture of the weeds department teaching a herbicide safety class to the Utah Conservation Corps. We're at Bill's site right now, or in that photo. So these are our partnerships, education, and outreach. We are partners with, we belong to the Utah Weed Control Association, North America Invasive Species Management, Southeastern Utah Riparian Partnership, which includes, it's an interagency partnership in this general area. We are part of a cooperative weed management area with Colorado and different agencies in Utah. And we are also part of the Utah Weed Supervisors Association. Pictures of us doing an herbicide training. I do those maybe 3 times a year. They're very fun, but I really enjoy talking about herbicide safety. I also taught a small-scale agricultural workshop back in March. Right now, for outreach, we are trying to expand our community resources for goat head control. I want to bring the power to people, try and get these goat heads under control as much as we can. And just something else. The majority of, well, maybe not a majority, but quite a bit of our work is funded through partnerships, agreements, and grants. That's how we're able to work on public lands that belong to the BLM or SITLA or other agencies. And then we also apply for many grants. That covers most of our funding. Other than on reviewer speed. Okay, so this is on purple loosestrife projects conduct on the Colorado River. We haven't found it anywhere else yet, but for most of our purple loosestrife projects, we work with the CWMA, which includes all of the these listed, Mason County, Garfield County, San Juan County, Uinta County, the National Park Service, the DNR, BLM, USFS, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, Rivers Edge West, which is a nonprofit in Colorado, and SITLA. So the photos I'm going to be showing you are from our most recent trip, which was on Ruby Horsley Canyon, and we started in Loma, and then we ended on Westwater. We didn't go down Westwater, that's a whole different project. So this is purple loosestrife. It's kind of hard to see, but it's this bright, incredible purple that just stands out so vividly against the green in Colorado, and it is blooming right now. So if you see any, let me know. Someone posted one on Facebook.
Where is it native to? Where is it native to?
I think Europe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Mediterranean, which is where most of our invasive plants come from.
Is it treated with, can you just pull it up if you find it, or does it have to be herbicide?
Yeah, so loosestrife can resprout from leftover root fragments. So if you are to dig it out, you have to be very careful, get the entire plant and then bag it up and then take it out of the river corridor. We do also use aquatic approved herbicides, which are herbicides that you can use near water. We don't spray onto the water with it. Those are systemic herbicides that kill the entire plant. So if you see it, and you can't do much, but you could cut off the flowers, that would be awesome. Yeah, save me trouble years down the road. Yeah, so on this last trip, we removed 23 plants, which is, low, and that's awesome. In the last decade, Tim Higgs, my predecessor, led quite a few very successful loosestrife trips and thankfully lowered the number substantially. So now we only have 20 to 23 plants. Our upcoming project is from Cisco to Dewey, and that will also be interagency cross-border trip. Let me know how I'm doing on time also. So here's another picture of us all at an island, cutting and spraying stripe. This is a picture of the flower. And that is me stranded on an island. They had to come get me. All right, giant reed and Ravenna grass. This is our winter project, and it takes place mostly on private property. It's funded through the Department of Agriculture through our ISM grant. We've been applying for that grant, I think, more than 5 years now, but don't quote me on that. This is the first year that we have treated both Ravenna grass and giant reed, because Ravenna grass is a newly listed county-only noxious weed. And the purpose of this project focuses on the high list of ranking of the giant reed, class 1B, and the community need for Ravenna grass removal. Oh, and then we also offer a replacement voucher incentive. So if you get your plants removed, then we give you a voucher for the local wild landscapes. Oh, yeah, and so this is what it looks like. Nice little after picture where we took it out. So the need for Ravenna grass removal actually stems from local canyons and waterways. We've been finding it all over in our local canyons, which I'm going to. We've treated and monitored over 107 acres of local canyons and have found Ravenna almost. So examples of canyons are Hunter, Grand South, Mary Jane, as well as Mill Creek, all over Mill Creek, and Onion Creek. This is a picture from Grand South. We had to climb all the way up on this kind of scary ledge covered in ice, but we did it. We got that. African rue. So this is our highest ranking plant, and it is the only one found in the state of Utah. And it is off of Highway 313. It's about 2 acres, and right now we've got a plant count at about 94, which is quite a bit less. I forget the actual number we started with, so that's exciting. With the Utah Conservation Corps, we built a fence around the site to minimize grazing and other disturbances, such as traffic. There's a road that runs right through the middle of it, and it's a popular spur trail to like the 7-Up bike trails, and also four-wheeling trails. And then once a year, the Utah Department of Agriculture comes down to monitor, and we assist with their IPM program. Picture of a flower. Here's one hiding in a tamarisk. They love each other. Roger spraying it. This is a plant that can only be treated with herbicide. Mechanical control doesn't really work. It's not effective, and right now we don't have an available biocontrol for it. It's up in the book lists. Treating henbane and hound's tongue. So this is also funded through that ISM grant that I mentioned earlier, and we have hired a UCC crew or conservation corps crew to help with hand removal in these really remote areas instead of using herbicide, which we also do when it's deemed effective. In the last year, we removed over 50,000 plants, almost 51,000 between September and June, and that includes removing seeds and immature plants as well. This coming September, we will begin monitoring work and setting up LPI transects just to have a better idea of what impact we're having in these areas. So here's some more fence. UCC court. That's a bouquet of constant seeds and flowers. Hey, goat heads. Hot topic. While goat heads are a low priority on the noxious weed list, it's class 3, they are a high priority based on community need. It's one of the main questions I get other than Russian thistle. Goat head gala is happening. We've had 2 already, and then we will have 2 more weekends at the end of September where people can bring in their goat heads, weigh them at the recycling center, and then we hand out prizes based on whoever brought it the most. But quite honestly, we have so many awesome prizes from local businesses. We're just going to give everyone who participates. Yeah, but last year we collected over 600 pounds of goat heads, and that's varying degrees of dried out to like very wet plants. So that's pretty awesome that the community rallied so well for that. And like I said before, we are trying to expand our resources to the community, such as hand tools and other ways to pick up like seed heads. We have like little rollers that we're still working on a way to lend out. So yeah. Here's some more pictures. Whenever I get tired in the office, I just run down to the middle of town because I'm up sand flats, and I just do a little bit of digging for goat heads, and I stuff them in this awesome bucket for cat litter. It's like the perfect shape and size. And then, yeah, spread the word. Fill up quite a few of these. That's my shoe. And here are some sites on potash. These are high traffic, like recreational sites. So we do try and treat these areas because obviously, like you saw at the bottom of my shoe, they can be brought anywhere just by hanging out. So this is pretty close to Wall Street. We've chosen not to use herbicide near recreation sites. So this is all hand or hula hoop is what they're called, hand treatments. And so before and after pick, and that's our tools. Really high tech bucket. And so here's just some numbers of treatment totals from 2015 to 2022. For Venegrass, since it's a newer project, we don't have as many years of data. And then obviously, henbane and hound's tongue exploded with our new project. Yeah. If you'd like me to go into depth on this, I'd be happy to, but low numbers could be caused by maybe we didn't get there that year, or it could be caused because we got less plants. So it's hard to tell which one is which without going into extreme detail, but low numbers often mean good. And here's just a bunch of pictures that I'll quickly go through. The piles of smoke is actually at OSTA. We burn plants there. We burn the giant reed and Ravenna grass so we get from people's yards. Shout out to OSTA for letting us do that, as well as the volunteer fire department. They helped us burn And then lower picture is of me spraying in the middle of nowhere, and then the other one is of me spraying along Highway 128. It's a really dense patch of brush and knapweed there. We make sure to keep a pretty steady distance between the water and where we spray. We just try and keep it from getting to the other side of the road. That is from the end of a trip on Westwater where we were looking for loose stripe. That was it. And we didn't find any, so that was especially great. That is my technician Roger. We're looking for grass, but this was the most water I'd ever seen in Hunter Canyon before, so I got that this winter. This was Casey spraying a fire line out in Thompson. That was requested by the BLM for us to do. Thompson safe. That's Roger again. That is that ravenna grass that was up on the cliff. And we got it. Roger got it. I just took pictures. Two of my technicians with their kill, they had just dug out a rhododendron in my yard. That's me mowing Phragmites in Hay Canyon, which is on the way to. That is from Team Rubicon when they came in and treated cameras and mallow with fire breaks. We assisted with that. I didn't. I had COVID. And this is just a picture of the Dolores River where we also work. And that's it. Any questions, comments, concerns?
Awesome. Thank you, Izzy. The African root, is there any, it's so rare. How did it get to that one particular spot?
You know, we don't have a set answer on that, but it is on an old oil pad. So there's a lot of traffic that could have come in from cleaning crews, from out of state. It is in other states. It's just not in Utah, so it could have been traffic from there. But it's one of those things. Don't know.
Yeah.
Just try and be careful in the future, I guess.
Yeah. Great. Yeah. Thank you. Any other questions for Izzy or comments? Keep up the good work, especially the goat heads.
Yeah. Thank you all.
Yeah.
Izzy, what's your next gala? My next gala is the 17th.
17th?
17th and the 24th. And
Okay.
then we have a little picnic afterwards at Rotary if you want to join.
All right. So the weeds are dropped and measured at the recycling center, and then.
Yep, bring them up if you need assistance bringing your weeds up to the recycling center. We do have a form on the webpage, and you can fill that out and be like, I actually need help. I have too many, and then we can come pick them up for you. But yeah, and then also I'm going to shout out for the Moab Goat Heads Gone Facebook page. There's a lot of great work happening there. A lot of very dedicated individuals, and yeah.
All right. Thanks so
y'all.
much. Yeah. All right. Next up, we have Maddie with our Grand County Active Trails and Transportation doing a presentation on the Mud Springs Trail Project.
Okay, so today I'm going to give you guys an update about some trail developments in San Juan County. So this area, which is sometimes referred to as Mud Spring, called the Upper Spanish Valley Mountain Bike Focus Area. And that's a term that comes from the BLM Resource Management Plan that's been around since 2008. So this area, it's in San Juan County, and it was kind of set aside by the BLM as a focus area for mountain bike trails. So it's never been developed, but that's kind of what it's been kind of earmarked for. And it's also in the Grand County Trails Master Plan as well. And so to give you an idea of where that is, you can see the purple outline on this map. That's the whole area from the BLM plan. And then, oops, I can get it to work.
Oh yeah, it's just to the south of where the road turns to go up towards Pack Creek.
You guys see that new slide? Nope. Okay, well, I'll figure this out. but basically, we had trail mix before we incorporated into a county department in 2019, had some involvement in this area. We were approached by the BLM as a project they wanted to work on at some point. So Tyson and I went out and we started doing a little bit of scouting out there. And then we passed on the information we collected and our ideas for that area to San Juan County. And there wasn't a lot of interest at that time. However, now there is interest from San Juan County. So about 2 weeks ago, their commission voted to start moving the project forward. And so Tyson and I have gone out and done a few site visits with San Juan County and the BLM to kind of get them up to speed on everything we've looked at. There was a few years ago, not an official proposal, but an idea for a shooting range out there that kind of takes out a big chunk of that area. So I'm not sure where that is right now, but passing on considerations like that. And
I was on that committee, and there were some sensitive species that they were evaluating. That was a few years ago, so that's all I know.
yeah, there is one endemic plant
Right,
species out
right.
there, so surveys for that area would have to be done in the spring so they could identify it. Yeah. But basically, I just want to make you guys aware of it, and then I think in our department, we'd like to be involved as like local experts and pass on all of our experience from building trails on the Grand County side. So that if this area is developed, it uses all the techniques we've learned for sustainability, and then also kind of complements the trails we have right now. For example, we have some needs in our area. We don't have any trails we can point to that are accessible for hand cyclists. So that's adaptive cycling that have 3 wheels. Most of the trails we have right now are too narrow for that. So it's a little hard when people come to us asking where they can go. The trails that are already built are really hard to adapt to that purpose. So having an area that's sort of a clean slate where it could all be designed from the beginning would be great for us, because then we'd have a place we can direct people, as well as areas for the middle school and high school mountain bike races. Right now, a lot of that stuff happens at the brands, but it's not really ideal for that, for those big events, because it just was never designed for that purpose. So having an area where, it could be designed with those races in mind from the get-go would really cut down on some of the routine damage we see just from those big events out there. Okay, let me see if I can get these pictures working. And I'll just show you guys one more that is a close-up of the area, so you can just kind of get a view of the topography. It shows the different zones. Okay, so that area in the middle that's got that sort of red highlight around it, that's where maybe the shooting range would be. So that's kind of like the off-limits area. And then from recent discussions and from sort of that previous scouting, the area in darker blue would be potentially where more of like the density of the trail networks would go. And then the areas that are pale blue, those could be areas for connector trails. So to connect it to the loop road, or potentially connect it to some Forest Service trails, so people could have a new way down from some of those trails.
Yeah.
And enter this area. And there is one more I'll show you actually, because there's a Jeep Safari route in there. So this area does have some pre-existing recreation in it. Oops. Here we go. Okay, last one. So these red lines, so that's the Canyon Strike 4x4 route, I think it's called. Let me just double check that. Strike Ravine 4x4 route, and then Pole Canyon Road is that lower red line. So there is already some motorized use in that area that wouldn't really interfere or interact too much with the non-motorized area. Okay, does anyone have any questions?
Yeah, so is the thought that San Juan County would develop the trails and Trail Mix would consult with them basically?
Yeah, I think if we did trail design, that would be something that could be done in the winter, which would be great for us because that's when we have time to do things like that. I think when it comes to the construction of the trail or maintenance, that's something that still needs to be talked about. Right now, I think just from like that preliminary work we did, we'd probably recommend they do machine build, which means they would contract it out. Just because that would, for this particular like soil type and terrain, that would be the most sustainable. And then if it ever did potentially fall on us to do any maintenance out there, then that would set us up for success because it would be like built to the best it could be.
Great. Is there any estimate for how many like miles of trail might be put in? Not yet.
Not yet. No, it's more just looking at the zones, you know, kind of like
Yeah.
this level of this is a no-go zone. This would be, you know, accessible. These might be connector areas. It's
Sure. Right. And then any preliminary time frame?
I think that San Juan County is interested in applying to grants next spring.
Okay.
And that's also when the scouting would have to be done for some of those sensitive species. And that would be something else that would go on this map of the no-go zones.
Gotcha. And then are they talking about e-bike access at all?
I don't know if that's come up yet.
Okay.
That'd be something that the BLM
Right.
would need to discuss. But if it is determined that that's something they want, then it'd be great because it could be designed in from the beginning rather than
Absolutely.
kinda
Yeah.
overlap it.
I think it'd be great to have another place to send e-bikers on single track too in the area.
I think it's pretty cool in the sense like that purple area is a pretty, it's a really well-known one shooting
Right.
and then just trapped like dumping area. And so
Yeah.
I think when you put something like that in, it would, you know, alleviate some of those pressures, which is cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's huge value in having a trail system south of town. All of our
Yeah.
trail systems are north of town. It'd be great to be able to send them somewhere in the other direction. People ask about that all the time, and there's nowhere
Yeah.
really to.
We put out a survey in 2019, so it's kind of outdated now, but we asked people like an open-ended question of like, what would you like to see in the 10-year plan for trails?
Yeah.
And so without any prompts, a lot of people wrote in that they wanted to see more trails south of town, especially when we went through that period with traffic.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. That was-
Construction.
yeah.
One more thing I should add is that we do have an interlocal agreement in place with San Juan County already, so that we can, you know, do work in that particular zone or come up with some sort of agreement if we're actually doing like, you know, trail work or training their staff or, you know, however it shakes out. We're kind of already set up for that.
Yeah. I think that's great, Maddie. Yeah. Thank you.
Any more questions? Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, now it looks like we're ready for our presentations, and we will start off with, I think we have an overview, separate presentations on ongoing financial needs and obligations for purposes of later determining funding allocations. And it looks like we're starting out with Ashley Harrison in the Transportation Special Service District. Is Ashley here? Okay, it looks like not, so maybe we'll put hers off and we will go to the,
Jacques,
yes.
I'm the county liaison to the Road Special Service District, so maybe I can just say something very brief.
Sure, Kevin, yeah, please.
Okay, and if Chris Baird's around, if he wants to, I think he knows more about this than I do, so he's welcome to jump in or correct me. But yeah, I think the Road Special Service District goes way back, and originally it was focused on road improvements. But more recently, we've gotten some new revenue streams, in particular a sales tax dedicated to maintaining B roads. And so there's less need for the mineral lease monies to flow there. But most of our road money does not cover drainage, even though you might think that, you know, putting in check dams and detention ponds to keep roads from washing away would be part of the roads. I think that's not an allowed expenditure, and so that has to come out of our usual capital funds. So in recent years, the money that goes to the Road Special Service District has been spent almost exclusively on funding drainage projects. I think the next big one coming up is the Jackson Street Phase 2 or something like that. We have recently been reminded of the importance of drainage. You know, big problems in town, and you know we can go several years without a big flood, but then a big one hits, and when it does, we kind of wish we had spent more money on stormwater control. So I'm hoping that when it comes time to allocate money for this, you know, we keep that in mind. Thanks.
All right, yeah, thank you, Kevin. Did you have anything to add to that, Chris, or is that
That's accurate. So, yeah, it's just, whatever money we want to dedicate to stormwater infrastructure. Otherwise, we'd have to pull it out of our general fund. So we do that also.
Yeah.
So this is, a way of difficult to fund those types of projects.
right? Great. Thank you, Chris and Kevin.
And so, so this does, I mean, we don't pay for all of our stormwater through the special service district, but, the other funding is often coming directly out of our general fund. So this does, directly offset that.
Right. All right. All right. Thank you. Next up, we have the Kane Healthcare Special Service District, and Tim McGinty, the vice chair, will be presenting. Welcome, Tim.
Hello, hi guys. So some of you know me or may not know me. I'm Tim. Most people know me as an ER nurse here at the hospital. I am currently the vice chair of the Canyonlands Healthcare Special Service District. The chair traditionally through about 7 or 8 months ago was Joette, who with her mayoral duties transitioned away from that role. We currently do not have a chair, but we are trying to recruit among our board. We're pretty excited with how that's going. So I'm going to just present. I just have 5 key points I want to present to you guys. The first point I want to make regarding the Canyonlands Health Special Service District, I suppose before I make my points, I should just explain kind of what we're in charge of. Traditionally, the Canyonlands Health Special Service District allocated most of the mineral lease money that was dedicated towards healthcare. We partitioned that up to the various healthcare entities in town. But in this day and age, 90–95% of what we're doing, just in terms of our operations, are supporting the care center, which, as I'm sure you guys know, is still owned and essentially operated by the Special Service District. So that brings me to point number 1. Which there was a time, and I remember when I first moved to Moab in '98, where there was no nursing home in Moab. There was no residential facility in Moab. I don't know if anyone remembers that. So when we look at this care center and we see the great care center we have to always think about what the option is. What were things like before that was there? It was a big hardship on families to not actually have a care center in the town, and the creation of the care center was actually one of the driving issues that also allowed the creation of our new hospital. The two were created together, but I believe the community assessment at the time really was very strongly for the care center there needing to be a care center in town, and we have that now. That brings me to my second and third point. I cannot say enough, and this is me speaking as a nurse. I cannot say enough about the quality of the care that goes on at that care center. We have a 5-star facility. We get the reports when we get our reports each month about skin issues, things like that, little metrics that define how good the care is that's provided there. It's stunning to see a nursing home that doesn't have pressure sores, to see a nursing home or a care center, that doesn't have so many of the issues that face care centers. So we're a 5-star facility. We just were inspected just a few weeks ago. It had been deferred in the age of COVID. Most of the inspections for care centers have been deferred because of other priorities, but we just got inspected. We had a few small flags, as is always going to be the case with any healthcare inspection, but we retained what will be our 5-star rating, which is amazing. So not only do we have a care center, which wasn't there, we have a 5-star care center. We have no nursing shortage right now among our licensed professional nursing staff. It is still a little hard to find nursing assistants. Of course, that's broader with the whole industry in healthcare. In my own, world of healthcare, working as a nurse, and of course in Moab at large. So. Another key metric, and I don't know if this was said last year. We were a little hesitant. It was like a knock on wood last year when we said this, but I'll be involved in this role about another 4 or 5 months, and then I'll be leaving. And one thing I feel comfortable saying now, and I think this needs to be really put out to the community, is that there are 97 nursing homes. I just looked this up in Utah. There are 2, as of we know, a year ago, that had not had a single COVID death. We are one of them. So yeah, and that in itself, when you factor in the staff burden from staff having to be called off, and then people who are in administrative roles having to fill in and cover those shifts, you know, I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of business owners here understand that burden. When you're in healthcare, you have to provide the care. You cannot just close down. And so the burden that was undertaken by the care center staff, and that starts at the top with Colette Lyman, our administrator, who is a nurse. She is a nursing home administrator. She is also a nurse. She actually, I don't think this is a HIPAA violation. It is. She actually worked with COVID, taking care of COVID patients while she had COVID, because she figured that could be her role. So when the COVID wave, which was inevitable, finally got into the nursing home, luckily our patients were fairly protected by that point. Our residents were fairly protected. She actually just doubled down, jumped in, and went to work. And she wasn't reimbursed for that. You know, that's huge. So that figured into the contract negotiations and everything with her. And many other people seeing that from her followed suit. Okay, so I cannot, and I think I speak for the whole board, I think I speak for the community, we're really proud of that care center. So I've addressed basically 3 things. You know, the first, that there's the historical reality that we had in the past where there was no care center. Just 2 basic, you know, quality metrics. We're a 5-star facility, and that we had no COVID death. Hopefully that continues to hold. Had COVID gotten into our healthcare facility before the age of immunization, had someone slipped, had someone were sick, had that happened, statistically for a care center of that size, we could have probably expected 5 or 6 deaths, just straight up statistics. So that in itself effectively could have halved or doubled the death rate for COVID in that. If that's not a mark of quality, I don't know what is. All right. So looking at our liabilities and our income sources. So our annual debt obligations we have for the care center, we basically provide about $100,000 a month to the care center operations. Okay, that's important to know. And some people say, well, why do we have to provide that outside of providing the building? Care centers operate on an economies of scale. It's very standardized in the industry. When ours was built, it was hard to get it built at the 70 or 80 bed facility that would then run its own be operationally self-sustaining. Okay, so it's an economies of scale issue, just like all things small and in healthcare. So the care center operations are reliant on the special service district to provide that $100,000 a month to fund the operations. And of course, as you know, Liz and Joetta and I met, and as you'll see in the letter, which I'll address as my 5th point, we've come to certainly an agreement that we feel is beneficial for everyone for how to allocate this tax money. We all in healthcare, from the hospital to the EMS, has seen it big time, to this face the wage increase and the ever rising costs, that pretty much everything's facing in Moab. So that's where that $100,000 go. We also, as the Canyonlands Healthcare Special Service District, believe very strongly in funding the hospital's DISH payment. Okay, what DISH is essentially money we provide as a seed to the hospital. And if the hospital has that money provided, they get double that amount from the federal government. That's the simplest way to think about it, okay? Generally, we provide about $250,000 to $300,000. That brings in an additional $500,000 that the hospital, of course, the hospital not directly under our umbrage, the hospital then gets to provide services for people who otherwise couldn't pay for them. So they're used to provide, people who don't have insurance, this and that, uncompensated services, okay? The hospital, for the past few years, can use a community source like ours to fund that DISH money. They can use they have in the past used the past few years used a donor source, but apparently the government is not allowing that to happen anymore. So the source for the dish payment has to come from some public source. So we believe very strongly if we take dish out of the equation, then that's $500,000 in federal help we're denying the community by not providing that seed payment. Okay, even if it's cutting into our operations. So okay. And then we have some other little things. We have dish here and there. We have a CIB payment that we owe about. It's to the tune of $400,000. It's to the tune of $400,000 a year that we owe on our building. That's been deferred a year or two. I won't get into all the details there with COVID. Luckily, okay, that allows us to break even. We were ahead. If you look at our total profits and losses, we end up about 500 or 600 to the head. But keep in mind, a lot of that is predicated on that CIB deferment in our loan for our building, okay? So, and I think you guys haven't, I printed this because I've never been to a county council meeting before, I have to honestly admit. I printed the agenda I was at the hospital actually working, and I printed it because our information was there, and it was 1,600 pages.
I probably weren't happy with you.
Yeah, so I mean, I know some of you, but OMG. Yeah, so
Yes.
somewhere in that 1,600 pages, somewhere around age 60 or 70, in there, you'll see a letter that was composed by really Liz was really kind of the mastermind of this, and I have to give a big shout out to her. She and Joette and I met in Joette's office. And I don't think you were there, were you? No. Okay. To kind of hash out, say, look, we're the healthcare entities that are both benefiting from the healthcare sales tax, rather than just going in there independently. What do you think works, given what your needs are and what our needs are? And we've done that, okay, as you see in this letter, okay? So we no longer get mineral money, okay? Once we began to get the healthcare sales tax, we sort of phased away getting the mineral money, which now goes to other things, okay? So with it getting about $3 million a year, that's the estimate based on last year. Of course, there's some talk this year that the number might be a little lower. I'm not sure how Labor Day has been, but might be a little lower. We have traditionally split 60-40, which gives, for the previous year, splitting 3 million, 60-40 would give us 1.8 million, and the EMS district 1.2 million. EMS had expressed some interest in going 50-50. We talked about that. Ultimately, I can't say this enough, we would like to get to 50-50. We just can't make that quite work yet and still feed the operations and protect the operations and protect the hospital dish payment. So Liz and Andy and I and Joette have met, and we've agreed that for the next few years, certainly this coming year, probably the year subsequent, until we can get to that 50-50, we would like to split that tax 57, or excuse me, 57, 43%. So we're essentially dropping our portion 3%, raising the EMS portion 3%, which should be to the tune, we decided, about $100,000 vis-a-vis each district. And then there was some talk last year, and I don't know, I mean, 1,600 pages of monthly agenda. I'm not sure how you would remember all this, but there was some talk last year, and I think Chris, there was that he had potentially talked about independently offering the dish or taking the dish payment for the hospital out of the tax allocation before splitting it to the districts. We were a bit hesitant with that, only because we feel like that's not originally what that was designed for. Because it would have to go back, because the taxpayers essentially said, we want the money to go to this, this, or that. And we decided that at this allocation, this 57-43% allocation, we feel comfortable that we can continue to reliably provide the dish for the hospital. So we're not walking out on that $500,000. That's my 5 key points. I advise everyone. I heard Jock, one of the meetings, they said that you had come down to the care center like about a year ago or something.
Yeah, I did. Actually, when Gabriel was a commissioner, he and Sarah.
Gabe, I didn't even recognize her. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Sarah and Gabe and I came down and got a tour of the facilities and spoke with Joette and
it is. I mean, there's just certain things. There's certain, almost, I hate to say the word privilege. There's just certain things we are so privileged and so blessed to have in Moab. That care center is one of them. I mean, anyone can rest assured that they can bring a family member here and have them taken care of locally, and they would get good care. You know, the mark of a care center is whether you can just walk into the place, and whether someone's greeting you up front and giving you sort of like a North Korea style, you know, minded tour, or whether you're just free to walk around and feel the warmth of the place. And if you do that in our care center, you will not get the minded tour. You will realize that it's a good thing, and we really appreciate the county making that a priority. So, okay. Questions for me?
Yeah, thank you so much, Tim. And also want to express appreciation to both the healthcare district and the emergency services
Absolutely.
for getting together and negotiating these things. It makes our job a lot easier.
And that was really Liz. I have to give a big shout out. Liz was actually on our board for a while on both boards, weren't you? Yeah. And so she was like, you know, she really spearheaded that. So look, we're all the same entity, you know, and the hospital somewhat too. So looking out for those things and trying to figure out how we can do this healthcare tax and help out the EMS is great. So, and I, of course, being an ER nurse, I can't speak highly enough of our EMS, but Andy's already great.
Oh wait, I have a question.
Actually, Tim,
Yo,
Commissioner Stock has a question for you.
I really appreciate y'all negotiating like we talked about, and also committing to cover the dish payment, but I noticed in your letter it said something like, as we are able, and I just wondered under what circumstances could you imagine not being able to?
If our bottom line gets so tight that we can't do that. That's why there's that minimum, you know? I mean, that's why when we looked at 50-50, we were like, well, that's gonna cut so much of the operational support of the care center that we're not gonna, because ultimately, if the dish payment is sort of discretionary, does that make sense as it is now? Whereas the operation of the care center have to be done. And so if it comes to the two, then the dish payment would be, you know, or has been at least in the past. And the hospital went out, that it was not funded. So we went like 2 years, I think, where it wasn't funded. I'm in a real tough position with that because I'm a hospital employee. And so I recuse myself from all the decisions that involve the healthcare service district and the hospital. But so the special service district did not provide the dish payment a year or two, and then that was made up for by private donors. The government now, apparently, but talking to Jen Sadoff, the administrator of the hospital, there might be some restrictions on whether private donors can provide that, or you know whether they will. So again, and that's just if that 250 isn't provided, that's 500 that doesn't come in. But you know we're not that flush that we can just provide the dish and keep this good thing going. Okay, but we do feel, and this was the point of negotiation, that we can suffer that 3% to the tune of 100,000, bring them up 100,000 for their services and their ever expanding services, and still provide that dish, provided it comes in at about 250,000. Did I answer the question?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay.
And is that a likely scenario at all?
I think so. Yeah, I talked to Zach at the, well, we're doing okay financially this year.
Right.
The real question will be when our CIP loans start coming due. The other wild card is the tax amount. So far, it's pretty well matched, and anyone here would know better than myself. But so far, for the first few months, it had matched or even a little exceeded. But for the healthcare sales tax. But you know, with the dip in summer tourism vis-a-vis last year, the risk is that 3 million might look more like 2.9, 2.8, or what have you. In which case, we'll both take the hit. So okay.
Right. All right. Any other questions for
Any
Tim?
questions? Anything at all?
I've got a quick one. Hey, Tim. I feel like I know you better from Zoom.
What's that?
I feel like I know you better from Zoom.
Have I ever seen you in a while?
All right. I'm not sure.
My face. Well, I guess in Zoom you would see my face.
Oh,
Yeah.
I just had a question if there's been any consideration amongst the board to go to the ballot for the full 1% on the
Yes,
healthcare sales tax.
We talked about that, and I'm going to defer that to Liz. But
Okay, thanks.
yeah, so there, from what I saw from a letter from Christina, I believe it was, she said that most communities actually do get the full 1%. So that is something that could be done in the future. Of course, that would be a boon. We would obviously support that, and we would go in tandem, I think, all the healthcare communities and say, look, this is what this gets us. But that's not really the purview of this particular conversation. I'll let Liz touch on that. I think she had some statements if she, like how I'm handing it up.
All right. Thank you very much, Tim.
I know most of you, I think, but
Yeah. No, much appreciated.
All right, thank you, guys.
Okay, thanks. All right, on that note, next up. What's that? Oh, okay. So it looks like Ashley from the Transportation Special Service District is available online. So we will hear Ashley's presentation, and then we'll get to the Emergency Medical Services Special District.
Hi
Oh,
there, can you guys hear me?
actually, Ashley, would you mind holding on for just a sec? Mary just reminded me that it is exactly 4 o'clock and we have a Citizens to be Heard session right now. So I will ask if there's anyone in the chamber who would like to come forward and be heard on anything today. It appears that there is not. And again, we will have another session at 6 o'clock. Is there anyone on Zoom who would like to be heard and a Citizens to be Heard? Okay. All right. Well, it is 4 o'clock. It looks like there are no citizens to be heard. If you do wish to be heard, well, we will have another session at 6 o'clock, so you can be heard. Okay. All right. So Ashley, you are on.
Hi there, can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Sorry, I guess I didn't catch the email that you guys started at 3. It's usually at 4, but okay, I made it. So I'm the chair with the Grand County Transportation Special Service District, and we're all volunteers on our board. A couple years ago, we added to our board that we could do flood drainage. And recently, I wish that I had looked at the numbers a little better, but I think we're getting about 57% from the mineral lease money. And the last several months that I looked, we're getting between $18,000 and $21,000 a month. So that totals about $220 a year. It's great. It's helpful. We don't want to complain that it's not enough, but as you've seen the recent flood damage that came through, we could probably use a lot more. But that's obviously up to you guys. Prior to the flooding, we've been saving all of our money for a project over on Jackson Street detention, and we wouldn't be allocating all of the funds for it. We would just participate some of the match money for it because it's such a large project. And with the recent flooding, I know that there's going to be more opportunity to participate in other match money or however it needs to go down. We haven't heard anything yet because it's so new. But that's kind of what we've been leaning a lot of our money towards on our board is for flooding and drainage. And then just so happens that we had a massive flood. And then last year there was those floods off of the mountain from the burn scar. So that's just all I'm here to do is just to report that.
All right. Thank you, Ashley. Any commissioners have a question or a comment for Ashley? All right. Thanks for coming on, Ashley. And Commissioner Walker did speak earlier to the Transportation Special Service District needs also. So thank you guys.
Oh, did? Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay. If no further questions for Ashley, then we will have the Grant County Emergency Medical Services Special Service District and Liz Tubbs and Andy Smith presenting. Welcome.
Thank you. I know you all know me, but I'm Liz Tubbs. And he's Andy Smith. I was going to start out by saying I can't possibly add much to what Tim had to say. So I can't present quite at that level either. I do want to just point you to the letter that we wrote jointly with the Healthcare Special Service District. And, you know, it's been what now, 4 or 5 years since we've had the sales tax in place. And it's been a interesting negotiation every year. We didn't start at 40%. We started at 32% in the first year. And we've kind of ooched our way up. The healthcare district made a very clear statement to us this year. They're also interested in getting to that 50-50 level. And actually, the dish payment is one of the items, but the other thing is that they lose one of their CIB loans in, I think, 3 years or so. And at that point, that takes a fairly heavy financial burden off of them. And I think at that point, we can look at the 50-50. In the meantime, we'll work incrementally. I don't know that we've committed to 4357 for the next 3 years, but we have for this year. And I think it's workable for everybody. Obviously, as Tim mentioned, there are some unknowns. For one thing, what is the sales tax going to be? I think because we are, I think the sales tax end year is 2026. So we have, basically 3 more years starting in 23. And we do need to be looking, I mean, it has a sunset clause of 10 years, and we do need to be looking at what comes next. Ideally, and I can only blame myself partially, I was on the council when we put this tax into effect, and we should have gone for the whole percent, even if we only wanted to charge 0.5%. But that would give us the option of just having the commission renew it when it comes due. So that's a topic for another time, I think. But we do need to be thinking about that. That is vital monies for the 2 entities that receive those funds now, and neither one of us can operate without it, quite frankly. So something for future consideration. I think that, Andy's report has shown that, the increase in the services over time. And although this year we are like, 4 less than last year, for individual calls, not 4%. And if you look at the numbers, though, in comparison to 2019, which is a more normal year than either 21 or 20 were, you'll see that the numbers continue to increase. And it continues to put more stress on the department, which is being managed really very, very well. Before I go on to, if you have specific questions about the numbers, that's for him. I do want to mention that this is the first year that we we moved in January in that wonderful new building. And it truly is wonderful. I don't know if any of you have been there. We did have an open house some time back, and I know I gave you a hard time, Trish, about not showing up for it. I happened to see her later that day. So please feel free to contact us individually or as a group. Either Andy or I or both of us would be more than happy to give you a full tour and show you what is going on up there. It's really, really nice. So that's great. We've already outgrown it, I think, haven't we?
I don't want to talk about that.
No. But this is also, it's a year we moved in, and this is also the year that our first CIB payment is due. So that's, it goes hand in hand. One of the things that I want to mention, I think Tim has laid out the groundwork for, the amounts of money, et cetera, pretty well for both of us. But the costs that we've incurred this year in the district have everything to do with our economy currently. Fuel prices, as you all know, although they've come down nationwide a little bit and a tiny little bit in Utah, we're still way up there. And that's lifeblood for the EMS service. Every time we go out, we get a call, we go. We don't always collect a fee for going out, not unless we actually transport. That's by law. That's not a choice that we make. If we could, we would charge for other things. So every time our calls go up, it doesn't necessarily mean that our revenues go up. And staff is, we are in a situation right now. We did a salary and wage adjustment in this calendar year, but we're right back to, we didn't nearly do enough, not for where we're living and not compared to, any other wages in the community. So those, and of course, inflation. Andy can speak to the fact that we've been trying to put on order a couple of ambulances. We are going to be, we have ambulances I think of as new, but they're 3 years old. I don't know how many miles they have on them, but they get a lot of mileage, right? And you know, right now we aren't even able to order an ambulance. The economy is such that our former sources are no longer available to us in the same way that they were before. So I don't know what else I can say. I think we worked out an equitable agreement with the healthcare district. I hope that our taxes come in where we anticipate them to come in, and that we can all stay whole for this year and cover all of the things that we need to cover. With that, I will let you talk to any or answer any. If you have questions about the budget, ask him.
Yeah, I was just gonna say a couple of things. So just to kind of bring your guys' attention. So our request is the 43.57% on the sales tax. And then we are requesting that, again, to try to get us closer to that 50-50 mark that we've been asking for every year, is to continue with that mineral lease funds that was allocated last year. Was it mineral lease or bill? Bill was allocated last year. That's been a good revenue source for us. And then just to kind of speak of the challenges this coming year. So ambulance costs are up over $100,000 per ambulance for us right now. So we used to purchase ambulances around $185,000. We're now looking at closer to $280,000 to $300,000. Simple, and this stuff also affects, that's also important for, you know, the hospital and the healthcare district. Just our medications costs have gone up 76% for epinephrine, which is a simple medication. There's no reason why it should be that high, but it certainly is. And things like needles and stuff, everything's up massive percents, much more than we've ever seen in the past. And, you know, we had those kind of weird years with COVID where we had the initial drop and then that huge boom in tourist revenue. And we weren't sure what to expect in 21. We weren't sure what to expect in 22. 22 is turning out to be much more of a normalized increase than 21 or 20 or 21 were. Thank you. I'll lose myself in years here. That's what happens when you're 40, I think, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Don't talk to me, that's young.
and so, you know, we're seeing much more of a normalized 2022 for us. It's still an increase over 19, but not quite the crazy uphill that we saw in 20 and 21. And then the other thing I just wanted to make sure that I pointed out was we did last year, you know, the sales tax was fantastic and it did really, really well for us and for the care center. And so if you look at last year's balance sheet as compared to right now, you'll notice that, you know, we're already down several $100,000 that we've already utilized that money during the lean times. And so while we had that big boom last year, it's going to get used over the year. So that's kind of something to remember as well. It looks like the balance sheet looks really fantastic, but every time we do payroll, I cry a little. So it's just something to notice. And yeah, I can't, again, just echoing what Tim said, can't say enough for Joette and Liz for those negotiations. And I think that that's an ongoing communication that will happen. And it's actually been a very fruitful discussion about how do we help provide healthcare in the whole community. There's a lot of people involved in that process, and this is just one little piece of that, but it's definitely an important part. So.
All right, thank you so much, Liz and Andy. Any questions or comments for these guys?
What would it take to look at going up to the full percent?
Going back to the voters.
And what would, do you have an estimate of what that would be per household, or
well,
that's something we could look
now,
into?
I believe. What is it?
Oh, it is a sales, not a profit.
No, but I mean, like, what's the amount like per $100? It's like.
It's a cent, right?
Right.
So yeah, it'd be like half of a cent. Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't know what that would look like for households. We'd have to.
So it would, and I remember when we went, because I worked on that campaign, we really talked about this was helping with, because the money was going to come a lot from the tourists.
And it does.
Since it was sales tax. So yes, I remember that now. So I forgotten. So I wonder, we should talk about whether or not for next the next year that we look at going up, because then you probably could go, do you think you could go 50-50 if we got the whole percent?
Oh, gosh.
Yeah,
yes.
it would certainly depend on budgets and stuff, but I think
Yeah.
both of our organizations would do well.
My understanding is, and I think Evan looked into this a little bit more, and he's not here today, but my understanding is that to renew the sales tax as is just a matter of the commission approving it for another 10 years. But if we want to change what's there, if we want to change it from the 0.5% to a full percent, which is the max you can ask for by law, current statute, then we'd have to go back to the voters. And, that's a strategy we have to determine with you folks together. So at some point, I think sooner rather than later, we want to start to have those discussions.
All right.
Because it passed a year when we passed, it was an amazing year because I couldn't believe it. We passed the health tax and we had a tax that went through the school board. So we did two that year. So our community is much more willing to support their agencies than they used to be.
Yeah, and they're both really vital, important, education, healthcare. It's kind of hard to have a good community without good those.
Kevin, I see you have your hand raised. Did you have a comment or a question?
Yeah, I think it's similar to what Mary said. The idea of increasing the health sales tax from 0.5% to full percent, I think that makes a lot of sense, just because of quite a bit of that tax will be paid by visitors who come in. And obviously it would double the amount of money, double the size of the pie that we're dividing up here. So I think it would allow us to fund both EMS and the care center at higher levels, then there would be money left over, for other healthcare related expenses. So I really urge, our local health related organizations to start thinking seriously about what it would take to put together a campaign. I think the county could definitely work with you. And I also point out that the last time a sales tax increase was on the ballot a few years for the city, it was a recreation and arts tax. It did pass. So voters are willing to approve such things. So.
Yeah, and I just to put a little frosting on that is both of these services are very, very well thought of in the community. I usually do my little cheerleading thing up here about EMS, but you've heard it all before, so I don't have to do that. But we get outstanding feedback from the community. And, I could go into the song and dance. I won't, I promise. But they are very valued in the community, and they're very necessary as to our residents as well as to our visitors. So, well, I hope that you are able to grant the request before you. And it really has been a good negotiation process with the healthcare district.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and next up we have the Grand County School District.
You're on it, Alicia. Thank you so much. Hi.
Hi.
So I'm Taryn Kay. I'm the superintendent. This is Sherry Buckingham, Special Ed Director. And we really appreciate you listening to us today. And I just want you to know I really appreciate the difficulty in making decisions about funding all of these worthy causes. Everyone that's presenting deserves funding. So our request is around preschool. We're not going to go over every slide. I understand that you got the presentations ahead of time so that you could read them. But really what I wanted to start with is just saying that, we believe that if we can start educating or providing a free education to our preschool children, that that's the best investment we can make as a community in our future. We know that when kids attend preschool, that we reduce intergenerational poverty, and we know we have a lot of intergenerational poverty in Moab and Grant County. We know that graduation rate from high school improves for students who have had preschool experiences. We know that postgraduate success out of high school or after high school improves, whether it's college attendance or a trade. We know all of those things are made better for students who have had the opportunity to attend a preschool. And our preschool for the school district kind of has two arms. One is a special education arm, and the other is a regular education arm. And you all know about school funding. We have WPUs, but that there's no funding for preschool students. That doesn't come. The only funding is federal, and it's for the special ed portion, and it's roughly $30,000 a year. We have 6 employees at our preschool, and if you count their salaries and all their benefits, which we're required by law to cover, it's around $250,000. So you can see that already we're taking more than $200,000 from our general fund to pay for just the staff. That doesn't count transportation or supplies or materials or anything else. Then if you look at our students, our special ed students are free. They get to come for no cost whatsoever. That's by law, by federal special ed law. Also, for our regular ed preschool, any students whose family's income falls below the federal poverty line, they also attend for free. So we don't charge them anything at all. Then for all the other students, it's a sliding scale based on their income. And we are filling a need. Some families can qualify for Head Start, but we have a bunch of families who make just a little too much and they can't qualify. And so they can come to our preschool for almost nothing. So one of the things that we've noticed, and I'm sure other businesses too, with the recent raise in wage in Moab, we've noticed that what that did was, it's great, but it pushed some people just above the line to qualify for free and reduced lunch. And so much of our funding, not in the preschool, but outside of the preschool, is based on the percentage of students who qualify for free and reduced lunch. We just today got our statistics and we've dropped from 47 to 31%. And we really think the main factor is the increase in wage in the community. But what that means for our community is families that are accustomed to having free breakfast and lunch in our regular schools, many of them, 16% of them that used to qualify no longer do. And so when you do the math, that can be, depending on the number of kids they have, that can be an additional, up to $500 a month to feed their kids breakfast and lunch. The federal government did away with free breakfast and lunch this year, but our district is funding free breakfast for everyone. And so when you look at all that, how does that sort of distill down to preschool? We really feel like more kids need preschool. Every child needs preschool, and we need to be able to provide that for a cost that our families can't afford. And so we need help to be able to offset those costs. I would draw your attention to the slides. I think it's slide 5, maybe, Alicia, or 6. The first one that's a graph. Next one. That one. Yep. And Sherry's going to just talk to you about some of our data.
So this is what we know that this works. So this, I've got 2 years of data for you. This is the COVID year, 2021. No, 2021. So what to pay attention to are the blue bar is low income kids, and it's the beginning of the year measures. The orange bar are non-low income kids at the beginning of the year. So then the thing to pay attention to next is the gray and gold bar, are the gray and gold bars, which are the end of the year. So what we know about children of poverty, if you look at this particular cohort, they are exposed to so much less language and so many less opportunities to engage with literature, be read a story, have any kind of experience, exchange conversations with adults, and their vocabulary and their ability and education learning is a language-based task. So you can see how low they are coming in on that blue bar. And what happens for us when they go to preschool is they meet benchmark right along with their non-low SES peers across the board in all of that growth. Language is really a key piece of being able to access the school experience. So that second, well, let's see, that's the first section is social emotional learning. The second section of bars, 4 bars, is vocabulary and language. That is literature, that is the LIT. This is phonemic awareness. If you look at the phonemic awareness for all of our kids, what happens to them? Almost completely to proficiency. Pre-writing, they come in with nothing. They reach benchmark, and you can watch our gray population. They're coming very close to coming up with their peers who are not disadvantaged. So that was year 1, and then I think year 2 is the next slide. Yes. So this is an interesting one. We had a different cohort, so they all look different. They come in a little bit differently. But again, you do see that blue line jump from, you can see where, if you look at the blue and orange line that are at beginning of year, and you see how far ahead, especially in vocabulary and language and literature, you see how far ahead their non-low economic status kids are. And then to see it just come up and basically close that learning gap. And that's what you are looking, that's our goal, to make that happen for those kids, so that by the time they get to kindergarten, they're not starting already that far below their peers. They already are, just the playing field gets equalized for those kids. They're able to access their education to the much greater extent than they would have been if they would have just splashed down coming out of a low income setting without any kind of intervention. So we know it makes a difference. We serve a lot of students who don't have English as their first language. They're coming in and getting their first exposure to lots of school English. And the other thing that I would like to say that is equally as important, even though the special ed piece is funded through special ed, it's not, it never really has been. The district is, you just can't do it for what the funding that we get. Historically, for many years, that preschool was only a preschool for students with developmental delays. And children learn their very best from being elbow to elbow with typically developing peers. So being able to expand that preschool so that we can mix up kids with special needs in with typically developing children makes, you just see the results, like you just see the results with those students who come in with delays. It's dramatic. And because they're so many times nonverbal or very low to begin with, you almost can't measure it, but you can see it. Just in their ability to read their environments, their ability to interact with the kids, they're much better prepared. So that's the second advantage of being able to have that expanded classroom in the preschool. It makes a difference, makes a big difference for those kids.
So we would entertain any questions you might have.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Trish.
Just, what is your enrollment at the preschool?
Right now, when we were pre-COVID, we were serving 63 kids.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, COVID hit and we had to, because of the facility being so small, we had to cut it back so that we could distance. And then after that, we had the labor, and we're not staffed to what we should be right now. So right now we have 30, our enrollment's almost at half, because there's guidelines for a 10-to-1 ratio. I did find a preschool TA though, and when we get staff, we increase enrollment and then our numbers increase. So it's just capacity.
They also increase throughout the year in the special ed half by federal law. When a special education student turns 3, they must be served that like the next day, like on their 3rd birthday.
Wow.
So they are growing throughout the school year as students are transitioning from early childhood or, you know, into our preschool as soon as they turn 3.
Yeah, we start out with maybe 3 to 5 3-year-olds at the onset, and we've ended up with 18 before. So by the time they all birthday in, it gets significant. Yeah. So I think there was one more slide that is a pie chart right after this one. The blue is our low SES students. So we are serving the majority of our kids are low SES. Disadvantaged kids.
It's a great service. Yeah, thank you. My daughter attended the Grand Preschool for a year, 7 years ago, and she had a great experience there.
Wow, it's been that long.
Yeah, I can't believe it's been that long. Any other questions?
I would just like to shout out, my appreciation to this district, because we have stretched and we figured out ways to provide preschool, and my grandchildren in Salt Lake is in kindergarten, doesn't have a choice. He has to go to half-day kindergarten, and our district has successfully allowed every child to have full-day kindergarten, which I can see as a difference. It's a huge difference, and so.
Yeah, for more than a decade, actually.
Yeah, we've done it for a long time when I was still teaching, and you use your money wisely and you stretch it so that we can provide services that other districts aren't. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks very much.
All right, our next presentation is the Solid Waste Special Service District with LJ Blackburn and Nick Lumberg. Welcome.
Hello. How's everybody?
We are so.
It's been long already. I'm LJ Blackburn, for those of you that don't know me. I am the co-interim director along with Chris Scoville back here with me at Solid Waste Special Service District.
Did you want to come forward, Chris? Did you want to be part of the presentation?
I'd like you to come forward and introduce yourself. These two people have done an amazing job. They have kept the district not just kept it going, they've improved it. So great, even without having a department manager. So thank you.
Yeah.
And then joining us via Zoom is our accountant, Nick Lundberg.
Hello.
Hi, Nick.
To begin with, I would like to just expand on a few items from the submitted presentation. Grand County continues to grow, and with that growth, we as an essential service provider want to be able to continue to provide the best service possible to the community. Part of that is education, not only for visitors and community members, but also to support and educate our staff. We are developing a program in collaboration with USU Eastern and their heavy equipment and trucking school to help promote and provide a way for current and new employees to attain a commercial driver's license. The county's support through this funding enables us to develop and move forward with these programs and community outreach. At this time, I'm going to turn the presentation over to our accountant, Nick Lundberg, for a brief financial review.
Thanks, LJ. My name is Nicholas Lundberg. I provide accounting assistance to the district and the district management. Last year, the district acquired Monument Waste Services beginning of the May of 2021, and 2022 will be the first full year of that acquisition being in place. And so now the district is vertically integrated, which that means is they go from start to finish. They pick up the customer's containers or trash, they take it to the landfill or to the transfer station, and then ultimately to the landfill or the recycle center, depending on the waste stream that we're dealing with. And so vertically integrated, it allows the district to function in all those areas. The district is an essential service provider serving Grand County, northern portions of San Juan County, and the national parks within the area. There's heavy impacts from tourism in the volumes. Part of our submission, there is a graph showing the volumes over the last 5 or so years and how that those volumes increased with the tourism. Those impact are operationally the collection side, which is the trucks that are on the street, the recycle center, and the landfills, Moab and Klondike. The district management continues to monitor its financials and operational and routing efficiencies to their budgets. They're slightly under budget on revenue side, but they are controlling costs. Some of the costs that are kind of out of their control directly is diesel fuel, and in some respects wages with the wage wars. Diesel fuel is coming down, but those trucks do run 8+ hours a day, and so it's a big component of the district's cost structure. Hopefully, those will continue to subside in terms of the diesel per gallon costs. The requested funds in our presentation will help the district continue to fund its programs, its capital needs. In our submission, there are 4 items, part of our debt service. The bond that was put in place to acquire monument waste is an 18-year bond. And there's annual payment schedules related to that. And also 3 pieces of large equipment that relate to the landfill are also on about a 5-year debt payment schedule. But the district will continue to have capital needs with the collection side of the company. You've got containers that need to be replaced on a regular basis, recycle containers, trash containers, and whatnot. So those the funds that we're requesting will help continue. And as LJ mentioned, in some terms of the educational needs, costs that may be out there. So operationally and with those that we submit our request. If there's any questions for LJ or myself.
Any questions for Nick or LJ? Comments?
I was trying to remember last year, I believe the request from the district was 400,000 and this year it's up to 500,000. Can you describe maybe why that is such a significant increase?
In my research and looking what was presented, when I got a copy of what was presented last year, it had that 500,000 in it, and it might have been changed after the copy that I received. So I was just going off of what I saw from last year.
I was also trying to remember.
They requested 400,000, but I think they also expressed the needs was way over 400,000, and because of the TRT's ability last year, we gave them more than they requested. Is that right, Kristen? I remember correctly.
Okay.
Both Chris and I remember it being increased. But anyway,
it was a year ago, so.
Yeah.
We wanted to stay consistent with our request for last year, and being from what I saw in the documents also, I saw the 500K number, and that's what we wanted to maintain that.
Okay.
Great, thank you, Nick. Any other comments or questions? All right, great. Thank you guys so much. Yeah, thanks, LJ, Chris, and Nick. Thanks.
You're welcome.
And it looks like we have the Rec Special Service District up next. Is Jim Lewis online? Oh, that's right. Okay. Okay, so we will continue with our agenda. It looks like Jim wouldn't be able to join us until after 5 o'clock, so we'll look forward to hearing from him. We have no agency reports today, so we'll move on to the ratification of payment of bills. And I inconveniently did not write those numbers down. Mary's got them. So we are looking at Grand County bills to be approved. Total bills in the amount of $868,616.33, and total payroll in the amount of $312,195.75. Total bills and payroll in the amount of $1,180,812.08.
So moved.
All right, thank you, Trish.
I'll second that.
All right, I have a motion by Trish and a second by Sarah. Any comment on the ratification of payment of bills? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of ratification, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
And I can't see Kevin online.
Kevin, are you there?
Is Kevin still with us? Or? All right, anyway, we'll call that a unanimous 5-0 vote. And we are on to general reports. And we'll start with commission member disclosures. Does anybody have anything they need to disclose about any of the agenda items today? Looks like not. So we will move to general commission reports. And we'll start with Josie.
All right. I was looking back. It's been kind of a hectic month. I feel like a lot has
It's
happened.
been a while, yeah.
But not necessarily for me as a commission member. So I just have a couple of things. It was actually pretty slow, other than flooding and everything else. I attended a housing authority meeting on the 18th. I feel like always just kind of steady progress coming out of there. They're trying to get through a lot of sort of wrapping up of current projects. I think Ben is going to take some time off this fall, which I think is much needed because he has been working very, very, very hard. They are demoing software to potentially track and administer high density housing overlay sort of administration, I guess, and streamline a lot of that, sort of deed restriction tracking and follow up and all of those kinds of things that we need for our various mechanisms at affordable housing, whether deed restricted or otherwise. And then I also attended that same day the special events approval committee working group meeting, which I might defer to Trish a little bit because I did have to leave a little bit early, and I think that there were some conclusions that were met before I left. But in general, there were attempts to continue to really edify our philosophy as a county moving forward with how we want to grade and choose special events in a very holistic and big picture way, and that is also fair and just gives adequate timelines and is very clearly communicated to events that would like to be in Grand County, and to really try to move towards a swifter implementation in 2023 so that we can eliminate a lot of the confusion and sort of frustration that I think has been part of the special events process culminating this year. So yeah, I think that's it, and I'll let Trish add anything if she remembers.
All right, Trish, yeah.
I totally blocked that one out. I think you did a good job. I mean, I think at the end, it's going to be on the next agenda. Is that correct? We're going to move into, I think, just providing a position that is just special events oriented. And I think the goal is we have our vision, we had some of our main objectives, and hopefully we'll be able to just put that on their shoulders. It's tough. We were bogged down.
Yeah.
We were struggling. Anyways, so I just have a couple quick things other than, as you mentioned, we had with the flooding, we had multiple emergency meetings. We met with Sheriff White and did a debrief with him, and again kind of talked about where we could improve as a county in emergency response, and I think we're moving towards that. Really quickly, I went to a GWISA meeting and a groundwater and special service district, and talked a lot about the upcoming accessory dwelling overlay, and I think that really helped because I was then able to take that to the Planning Commission and some of their concerns and hopefully kind of parse out some of those issues. Kinslake is fabulous. So we are, I think it was 700, what was the, I want to make sure I get this correct. Sorry, I didn't do a great job. But anyways, I think it was like, 253% of last year at the same time.
It's amazing
So
what it
that's
looks
great.
like compared
Yeah,
to last year.
yeah, it looks great. The soil moisture at 9,500 feet. And again, this was a week or so ago. So keep that in mind, was at 56%, which again is looking really good. In the planning commission, I went to the planning commission. Again, we are really weeding out that alternative dwelling overlay, and that's going to come up, I believe, in the next meeting. And yeah, so there was just a lot of discussion there, and a lot of energy has been put into that. So you guys will see that, and we'll continue the discussion. And I think that's it for me. Yeah.
All right, thanks,
That's
Trish.
weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a lot going on, but
Yeah. Sarah.
Let's see, I attended the special commission meeting that we all did to authorize flood relief grants. And we had one of our quarterly internal audit committee meetings where we identified a few more things to work on in the county and went over previous audits and made sure things are not being left behind. And I'm really impressed with the state of our audit committee and all the stuff that has happened to tighten it up a little bit. I've also attended a meeting with the Economic Development Department about the Love Communications Creative Brief, and the first National Groundwater Monitoring Network meeting happened, coordinating meeting. So that program's just starting to get rolling. We're coordinating with the UGS and the USGS to try to get more monitoring wells up on that public website. That's everything I have.
All right, thank you. Mary.
Normally the end of the month is calm for me, but this month wasn't. But right after, the Thursday after our last meeting, I had the privilege of, with Kane Country Partnership, I got to go to Range Creek. I was so fortunate. I didn't just have to get to walk in, I got to go all the way through it to the ranch and see all the pictographs, and that, I get shivers just thinking about it. You feel like you're in a totally different state. I felt like it was almost like being in northern Idaho. It
that
was
area is
so lush.
It's so lush.
So lush.
It's so weird that West Tabaputs is so different than the East. It's
I
crazy.
mean, yeah. And the stream was full, and it was just an exciting trip. And I spoke to the head of the Natural History Association. His name isn't coming right to my surface, but he said if our commission and any of our people in administration would like a trip, they would work through it. So I think that would be something, it would be wonderful to go in the fall when the trees are turning all their colors. So if we're interested, maybe we should put out a poll to find out when commissioners could go, and I could get a hold of the powers to be and see if we could get it organized. It would be
like
worth
yes,
it.
Mary.
I think it's a yes. It's very valuable, and I think it's nice for us to see something where they've turned an area over to a university. And then I went on, that was on the 18th, and on the 23rd, I went to a flood follow-up meeting where I was really impressed with so many of our agencies, and really impressed with Orion Rogers and his effort that he has put forth, and Bill Holtz and Bill Jackson, and I mean, the town, the cities working closely together, and everybody's working closely to try to deal with this traumatic event. And it was exciting to have Team Rubicon there. Of course, they're one of my heroes, so anytime I get a chance to talk about it, I'm excited. And then on the 24th, the next day, I went to a grant evaluation, and Sarah Mead was part of the evaluation team, and she was incredible. Her knowledge of grants and how to evaluate them really helped me. And so we'll be looking at the grants that this committee approved at later on this meeting. Then there was an Economic Advisory Development Board the same day, and I met Noel, the Vista, that is on the planning department. Very exciting. And the Housing Authority presented and asked for some funds to do some training. They want to do 3 housing events or fairs to help the community know what their rights are as renters, and what people that are renting, what their rights are and what they should do, and how to work together. And then really, anyway, it's more to come on that, but they talked about that, and it looks like that's going to be funded. That same day, what a day, I went to a solid waste special service meeting, and we're moving forward with the building that they're building out there for office space and software upgrades. Both of them very important. And they're putting a new phone system, because right now, if you accidentally call the offices that are over at the transfer station, but you really need to talk to somebody that's over at the recycle area, you have to hang up and call. But with the new Emory phone system, they'll be able to just transfer. So that will help the people in the office, and it will also be nicer for people who call for information. Internal audit. Kudos to our county. When Gabe, tell them about when you went to, and they said we were one of the only counties in the state that is doing an internal audit. It's required by law.
Yeah, that was
we're the only.
that was like a self-reported fraud risk assessment that has a scoring, and Quinn can be credited with initiating that compliance.
Yeah, so that I thought that was really nice that we are following what the state wanted us to do, and I think it's worthwhile. It costs a little bit of money, but it's really tightening up the systems within the county to make sure that the monies are well accounted for, that policies are in place. It's helping us improve. It's worthwhile. One of the laws that were put in place, it was worthwhile. And then I went to the next day travel council meeting where we reviewed the special event, the powwow, and then that special meeting that same day where we approved doing flood grants to help businesses in the community, and we were all there. And then I mentioned it earlier, the Grand Staff Museum and Night of Mystery. Oh, and then the 21st, we will have our International Peace Day of Peace out on the lawn. So more to come. Working with Sophia and the Sun to get something in the paper about it. We'll make it small this year, but I'm still excited about it. So it'll be starting at 11:45, and then at right before 12, probably Jacques will read the resolution, then minute of silence, and then the Valley Voices will sing. Let there be peace, and let it begin with me. So we're throwing a lot together pretty quickly, but it should be a very nice and hopefully a reoccurring event. So that's it.
All right, thank you, Mary. You have been busy.
Oh, and it's usually and I travel to Billings.
Yeah, right. All right. It does look like Kevin is back with us. Kevin, did you want to do a report today?
Sorry. No, nothing to report at this time. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. And I do have stuff to report. Again, it looked like it wasn't going to be that busy 3 weeks, and everything kind of blew up. So quite a bit to report. I did attend the Thompson SSD meeting the day after our last commission meeting, and I got a kind of a tour of town and the highlights by John Corkery, the chair of that board, which was very helpful as I hadn't done that before out there. They had a water main break from a big flash flood out there just a couple days previous to that they were working on. So I got to see the pipe that comes down the canyon there and look at the main tanks and so on in the operation. And one thing that we discussed in the meeting there was potentially reopening the pond that sits there at the tank for overflow that I guess was closed back in the 90s at some point. Anyway, that was discussed, and that has potential to come back online in Thompson. Then we had the flood, of course, and attended some of the same emergency meetings that others have previously discussed. On the Monday after that, I guess it was the 22nd, I attended kind of an emergency Chamber of Commerce meeting to discuss flood relief for businesses. August and Ben were at that meeting too, and I think that meeting spurred the flood relief grant program that we passed last week. Then the regular chamber meeting on the 24th of that week was actually canceled, but they did have a few scheduled cleanup efforts that I joined there as well. On the 26th, had the first of, I think it was 3 meetings with the Economic Development Department on the flood relief grants. Lots of time spent on that, and again want to thank especially August and Ben for putting in a ton of time on that and getting that worked out. Also attended the same Love Communications Creative Brief that Sarah attended, and I attended the same meeting that Trish spoke of earlier with Sheriff White, and one of the upshots of that is that the EM position is going to move to a full-time, the emergency manager position will move to a full-time position. And I believe that was just posted yesterday. Yeah, so I think that's something good that's coming out of this that'll be helpful for everybody. And something else that was discussed at that meeting was a proposed board in the county to advise the emergency manager position, consisting of some of the pertinent department heads in the county as well as others. And I think that'll be go a long way towards helping out in the next emergency. Last Friday, I attended a responsible recreation meeting with Maddie and Anna, and pretty much just got an update from Anna. I think that program is just off and running. They're doing great work. The Trail Ambassador program is finally fully staffed, which is great news. They have 7 trail ambassadors, and they also are initiating a volunteer program. They had a full day training for volunteers. They actually had 2 of them last week, and they had 4 people show up for each of those days. They have 8 certified volunteers to help out with the Trail Ambassador program, which is a great number. I think that's huge. So kudos to Anna and her program there as well. And then I just wanted to give a shout out to Colin Topper, who organized a huge bike skills park cleanup last Saturday. That was super fun. It was on the cover of one of the local newspapers last week. And we had like at least 40 people and a bunch of kids and at least 5 earth moving machines out there. I didn't think that park would ever come back, but like one good solid day has gotten it pretty close to.
I think he's planning another one for this Friday.
I was going to say he's actually planning all week. He has a Mill Creek that was so successful. He's planning a Mill Creek Parkway cleanup. They're going to be starting in 5 minutes tonight. Tonight and tomorrow night, they're going from 5 till 7 at one location. And then on Thursday and Friday, they're going from 5 till 7 at another location.
He's doing that. We should acknowledge him.
Yeah, Colin has really stepped it up. And Colin is our trail mix chair, of course. And he's taking the bull by the horns here and doing some great organization and putting it out. So if anyone has time from 5 to 7 the next 3 nights, they are looking for volunteers down there.
Can I go now?
Unfortunately, I think we're too close to a quorum tonight, Trish. But yeah, but see you down there on Wednesday or Thursday, maybe. Yeah, and that's all I have. So yeah, turned into a busy few weeks. So we are up to elected official reports, and it looks like
Well, and
Gabe.
Jim is here.
Oh, yeah, right. Thank you. Welcome, Jim. Are you you ready to give your rec district report? Yep, we are. So come on
You
up.
want to
And
just hang out with us for an hour or two?
You know, I can't think of anything better. I think I did enough to be nice at one point. So thanks
Yes.
for having me and giving me time.
Yeah, thanks, Jim.
Let me kind of come after work. So, have you guys read the request from the rec district? We have.
It was in our pack. I had a chance to read that. Yeah, I think we all did.
We certainly appreciate the funding we got last year. We were able to get a little extra money, which helped us to fund fireworks.
Yeah.
And also with the impact fees that we had received, we'd kind of been sitting on those for a while, but we kind of got down to the deadline because we weren't sure what to use them on. We extended the backstops at the ball fields so that you can't hit a foul ball back into the stands. And then we also got scoreboards up. So now we won't have the little guys sitting out there flipping the things. So electric scoreboards, so it's kind of nice. And then we're going to be purchasing some pitching mounds so that they can do softball and baseball. So they're portable mounds, you can move them on. So those are some things we've been working on. Our request would be we continue to get the same funds. If we could get a little bit more, it would help us to put more into the M&O and even some capital projects at the arena. I don't know if any of you have been out in a while, but Angie's doing an excellent job. So we appreciate her hard work. She's got a good crew. So appreciate you guys. I mean, it's great. You guys are finding people to work out there, which is hard to do in Moab. So, you know, I think people enjoy working out there, being outside. They get to do a little bit of recreation stuff. And the facilities kind of come along, but there's always needs. I mean, things are breaking down. I don't know if anybody attended the rodeo, but the speaker system, the sound system went out the first night. So tested, it's been fine. It worked the week before for an event. Rodeo, one of the biggest events that we have out there, first day it wouldn't work. And it took them 2 or 3 days to just get it patched together. So it worked a little bit. It was not good. And so the speaker system and the sound system is probably the major thing that we need funding for to get that back up to speed for any event that we do out there. And so all the facilities are getting quite a bit of use since the ball fields, the grass is in, it's doing great. We're having a lot more practices. Haven't had any tournaments yet. Now with the scoreboards, we possibly can have some tournaments out there. And people are using the pavilion as well. That's really nice. They do skate Moab out there quite often. We're having quite a few family parties, quinceañeras, all sorts of different events using the pavilion. So that's coming along. And some of the things that we'd like to do if we did have some extra funding would be, saw that in the letter, a playground, and we've already got some plans for that. Improve the roads out there, because the roads that go to that south section that go by the ballpark are just dirt. We don't have any paved roads out there, so to make them more accessible. Some paving. You guys have any questions on the budget forms or like our grant program or grant requests? Because that's in there as well.
Mary, do you have a question?
If I remember right, the playground is going to be handicap accessible,
Yes,
right?
yeah.
Which is exciting because we don't have that anywhere else in
Currently,
town.
there's not in Grant County a handicap accessible playground, so that's kind of the focus of that is to have it handicap accessible, have it ADA. Quite a few ADA, all of the equipment won't be, but there will be, most of the pieces will be.
Nice.
Yeah, great.
So are you guys done with ball field enhancements for a while?
We will never be done with that. Grass, fields and stuff, it just takes ongoing work. And so there'll be probably more things to come on the ball fields just to keep improving them. But for the most part, you know, they're usable. They've been doing practices out there with several of the teams. So.
I mean, that to me has been, at least this is just anecdotal, but I think in the last few years, that facility, those fields are always, there's people using them. Where a couple years ago, it felt like when I drove by those fields and watching them being watered, I'm like, nobody was using them. I'm like, okay, I got a problem with this, but it's just, there's people on all the fields, like you said, in the pavilion. It's just, she's really,
Yeah, I think Kenji's doing a great job. And she's got a really nice schedule now with the watering and the fertilizing. It's planned out by the year, and she's had some consultants from USU. I think other places help her, right, Trish? I can't remember. But she's had people that she's consulted with that have helped her to fertilize at the right times, watering schedule. And so it's really made it a lot healthier, and the water use is not as high, but we're getting better grass. There's a lot of improvements that have happened, and a lot of that staffing. Appreciate
and the
having
other,
good staff.
yeah, there was some water leaks in my memory, and groundwater and sewer caught them, but Angie's caught it too, and so they're really working on the water lines to alleviate some of those just slow leaks.
Yeah, it seems like I don't know, with that many water lines going everywhere, we have leaks all the time, but they watch them really closely, and they've got some meters out there, so now they can catch them more quickly, so that things we don't waste a ton of water.
Yeah, thank you, Jim. Any other questions for Jim?
We appreciate any help we can get and funding that we can get to continue to run recreation. I think that facility's super great, and we'd like to keep improving it so that people in the community can.
Jim, we're always here. You're always welcome to the meetings. We don't see you that often.
No, you have to come out to the RIC.
I know, I haven't been to the RIC.
You don't have to come to my office. Don't get me. Yeah, thank you. If we do have questions or concerns as we go through the budget, maybe after you guys have set those, we may come back and plead our case. Or see what's going on. So.
All right. Yeah. Thanks much.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. We are up to elected official reports. Gabe, do you have anything to report?
Lots going on in the clerk's office always. I'll bring up that we're getting close to seeing our first round of ballot proofs for the upcoming election. So that's kind of exciting, getting that data out there and seeing what the ballot's going to look like and getting everything squared away for that. We had to do a little bit of we had one of our large unincorporated voting districts that was split for the Moab Valley Fire District, of which the commissioner is going to be on the November ballot. So I thought it was actually going to end up being more complicated than it was, but we were able to create one sub precinct. So there's a handful of voters that were in a large unincorporated voting district that's largely outside of the fire district, and we were able to capture them within a new sub precinct so that they will still be able to vote on that election, if that makes sense. So that was kind of a fun thing to play around, and I thank Quinn for his expertise in the GIS software and helping us work through that. And those folks who are on the ballot have until Friday, the 9th of September, to submit their candidate profile to the Lieutenant Governor's office. I was able to have lunch with the Lieutenant Governor last Thursday. It was great to just get to know her and show off our great running operation here. And I'm actually going up to Salt Lake on Friday because the Lieutenant Governor's office is putting together some promotional materials for this election season, kind of like get to know your local or get to know your state election officials. And they insisted that I be involved because those of us in Grant County apparently know show business and are comfortable in front of a green screen. So stay tuned. Yeah, that's all I got for now.
Thanks, Gabe. And it looks like County Attorney Sloan is on Zoom. Christina, did you have anything you wanted to report right now?
I'm here. I will do some updates, also mostly flood response related. Just inputted my time, and I'm at about 55 hours of my time spent on flood response so far since August 20th. Some of this has already been discussed by folks, but I've been working also with various players, including law enforcement, county engineer, our floodplain administrator, our insurance manager, Janice Smith, in Gabe's office, and also various business owners and landowners to talk through concerns and potential claims and issues with any sort of county facility. But I've also been working on various plans and policies that you guys will see. We're at the earliest stages. Those are documents that are being driven by other individuals, the sheriff and law enforcement, including with the Moab Police Department, are working on an updated notification policy that would guide how AlertSense is used, how the IPAWS, that's the federal presidential geocache, geomapping notification process, would work better in the future. The floodplain administrator is driving the flood emergency plan update. We're working with the Army Corps of Engineer on that, and we should have a good draft to workshop in October. That will also help us guide updating some other more general emergency response plans, fire and other things, environmental hazards. All of those plans need to be updated in the county. So we have embarked on that process, which will be a fair amount of work this fall for a bunch of folks. And then our drainage plan, which is our storm water master plan, is coming up on 10 years. Our engineer mostly thinks that's still in pretty good shape, but we're starting to look at whether that needs to be updated as well. And then I've been working with all of our design review team players. So that's land use, planning and zoning driven, but it includes our roads department, our building department, health department, fire, all those guys, all the important players to look at what sort of changes we need to make. In the county in specific, most of our drainage plans in new developments and new subdivisions are private. And those are contingent on HOAs and or individual lot owners maintaining these private systems, and yet they work together countywide. So we're really assessing whether the way we've been approaching the approval process, the owner notification, is really working. So there's a committee set up to work on that too, and I do expect it to lead to some minor tweaks, nothing major on the land use approval process side, but we're getting better all the time. And then I also put in a bunch of time on the business grant program, which of course you guys have already looked at, and we'll continue to talk about, including researching our ability to use our TRT funds, but helping draft the business grant program documents. And I'm excited to make it to one of the trail mix cleanups myself. So I'm aiming for tomorrow evening. And that's my update.
All right. Thank you very much, Christina. And looks like we'll hear from you later on in the program also. We are to Commission Admin Report. Mallory.
I would just say the same words that I think everybody said of flood, emergency management, and special events, and that it's just most of the same, and you'll hear a lot from me at the next meeting.
All right, thank you. And Quinn, did you have anything you wanted to add?
I don't have anything to talk about.
All right. Thank you very much, guys. We are going to have our 15-minute recess now, and it is just about 5:15, so we'll reconvene at 5:30, and we will do the approval of minutes at that time, and then we'll get to our action items. And Lieutenant Hackwell has been sitting here patiently for the whole meeting. You will be our first action item, Shan. Awesome.
I was gonna say, I hope he's first.
You heard some good presentations.
They were good. Yes.
Okay, we're unmuted.
All right, we're unmuted. We're back on YouTube.
All right, I will reconvene our regular commission meeting and get started with approval of minutes for August 16th, 2022 and August 30th, 2022, County Commission regular meeting and the County Commission emergency meeting. I assume everyone had a chance to see the minutes?
Yes, yes, yes.
And I would entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Thank you, Sarah.
I'll second that.
All right, I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Stock and a second by Commissioner Hedin. Any discussion on the minutes? And thanks for getting those out super fast, Gabe. I will call for a vote. All those in favor of approval of the minutes, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
And Kevin, are you with us? We'll wait on that, but passes unanimously 5-0. And we are on to general business action items, discussion and consideration of approval, item 12A, approving cooperative agreement with the Utah Department of Public Safety for the 24/7 Sobriety program. Captain Hackwell. Thank you, Shane.
So I was approached about this program. It's been a few months ago by Colleen McGee, the Deputy County Attorney. Also Happy Morgan, one of the defense attorneys in our area. But this program's been going on for a little while. A lot of the counties throughout the state have been participating in this program. What this program is, and I don't know if you guys got the kind of the breakdown of the program. What it is, it was put in place to try and help people with DUIs instead of just, you write them a ticket, they go to jail, pay a fine, they lose their license. Problem with that is a lot of people that get a DUI, they also work. There's that effect that gets put in place where they can't get to work. So you end up with people driving anyways without a license, which creates more issues. So this program was put in place to try and help with that, but also monitor them so they're not drinking and driving. So the judge, if you get sentenced to a first offense, the judge will, and you're found guilty of it, the sentence, if they are eligible for this program, I believe you have to be 21, and so on. And it can be a DUI metabolite or a DUI alcohol. Metabolite is with a controlled substance that you can qualify for the program. So the judge can, after they sentence you, they say you get 5 days in jail, first offense. They can stay that time, put you on probation, and then make this program part of your probation. So as long as you participate in the program, you're able to obviously not go to jail. And then you'll be able to, I believe, keep your license, be able to drive to work, and so on. The requirements of the program, this is where mainly the jail is the main focus. We have the jails in this program kind of have to do the brunt of all of the work. Right. That's why I'm here presenting. So they would report to the jail. They can either be on an alcohol ankle monitor that's provided by the state. They cost about $1,600. The state provides them though, or they can blow on a breathalyzer. They'll show up. It either shows positive for alcohol or it's negative. Or if it's a DUI metabolite, they can do a UA test. And so all these tests cost the participant money. I believe the cheapest is with PBT, the breathalyzer. I believe it is $2 per test. And they have to show up in the morning and test. The jail gets to decide what time it is. And then they would have to show up again in that evening and test. So it would cost, it's $4 a day for the participant that they do. And then the ankle monitor is the most expensive, but it's also the less burdensome on the county when it comes to jail staff, because they're not showing up every day. They show up once a week. We check the ankle monitor, make sure it's fitting good, and just kind of check in with the individual. And then we send them on their way. And then Scram monitors them. And then if they, for some reason, test positive for alcohol, or if they've messed with their ankle monitor in any way, they'll send us an email, then we call them and say, hey, you tested positive, you have to show up to jail and you have to serve 8 hours, I believe is the first offense. So we set the time, they show up, they do 8 hours, they leave. Next offense, it goes up, and so on. And I think it's after 3 offenses, we contact the county attorney's office and say, hey, they're not working out, and then they'll decide whether or not to take it back to court for violation of their probation. So that's kind of the gist of it. Like I said, mainly the jail does most of all this. The money, they'll bring the money to the jail. They have to pay so much when we put it on their account. So for instance, for the ankle monitor, it's $10 a day. We get $2, and then the state gets the rest, and they I think they get 6, and then Scranton gets so much. The state gets the most because they're paying for the ankle monitor. And then we track all that money, and then we send a check to the state every month. So that's where I would have to meet with Gabe to discuss how he would like that and do all that as well. But we've kind of started the process. We kind of went through the training. The idea is when I met with Kane to start slow. I don't want to overwhelm my staff. When I first started here at the Grant County Sheriff's Office, we were still doing the UA tests for drug court. And it was extremely burdensome because we would have one deputy on running the entire jail, and then I would have 30 people show up to do UA. And that way I have to set aside everything else, stop everything that I'm doing, and do those UAs so those people can go to work and do what they're doing. So the idea was to start slow, and then we're going to reassess again after 6 months and see how the program's going for the jail and for the county as a whole, and just kind of go from there. I am totally in support. I'm in support of any program that helps individuals, and hopefully this will work. Yeah. So that's kind of where we're at right now. So we're just kind of waiting for the MOU for you guys to decide whether you guys want to take this on, and then we'll get it to the county attorney and the sheriff.
Great, yeah, thanks, Jen. How many participants do you anticipate would you start out with?
So I talked to Colleen, the deputy county attorney, and requested that the maximum will be 6 for right now, just so we can kind of get it this, because I have to train my staff on how to do this ankle monitor. I want to make sure the money system's figured out. I just don't want to overwhelm everybody.
No, that sounds reasonable.
So the idea was to try and keep it around 6, and then we'll reassess whether we go from there.
Yeah.
But that's the idea right now.
All right. Mary.
You know, I read the part about how much they have to pay and such, but is there a fiscal impact on the sheriff's budget or our budget? Is there going to be a fiscal impact?
So no, I mean, the only thing it costs the county is my staff's time. So, I mean, they're already there. So as the system goes and we get familiar with installing the ankle monitors, and I mean, it shouldn't take that much time to set that up. The PBT, I mean, it depends on how many people are participating in the program, because the PBT, I mean, it literally, you blow the straw, it either says positive for alcohol or it says not.
So literally just a couple of minutes each time they come in.
The longest process is if somebody's going to test positive.
Right, then you have to.
Then I've got to book them in, I've got to do all this other stuff, and then house them and so on. And so there's that process. And you know, as a jail, you've got to consider the incoming, outgoing, and people bringing stuff in, which I'm not saying that they would, but there is always that possibility. So there's all that's taken into consideration in my staff's time. Yeah. But I think we can manage it as long as it's done right, and we start into this and we kind of learn it. We don't just get overwhelmed.
Yeah, it sounds like a great program to me, and starting out with 6 seems reasonable. Yeah, as a longtime employer, I've certainly had employees who have been guilty of DUIs over the years, and I know getting to work could be a big struggle for some of them, and it did end up driving illegally frequently, which is never a good thing. So
right, and it sounds like this program's been very successful throughout the state.
Yeah,
we're not the last county to join. but there is quite a few counties that are participating. I know San Juan is, and a lot of the other surrounding counties are participating. It seems to be working pretty good. So.
Yeah, great. Any questions for Shane?
No, that was just my only concern is that, that workload on your staff, because I know that.
Yeah, as long as we keep it small, like I said, fiscally, it shouldn't impact us at all. If any, like I said, it shouldn't cost us anything, because even if we did a DUI metabolite for the UAs, we have to purchase the cups, but that's why we get more money from instead. So I think it's $6, we get 4 instead of 2 for the UA, so it should cover the cost of that UA cup.
I forgot, what was the probationary period that you were going to test to see if it worked?
6 months is what we were just going to reassess things and just kind of look at it again after 6 months and see how the program's going. The length of time for an individual in a program, it can range from a minimum of 30 days, a maximum a year, I believe. So, and anybody can qualify with a DUI. It doesn't have to be just a first offense. It could be second, third, fourth. I mean, as long as they're able to still have a driver's license and the DMV has not stripped them of their privileges, then they can participate. Or obviously, if they're in prison from felony DUIs, then they're not going to participate. So,
right.
I wonder, because I could see it being successful enough that it will eventually probably need more staffing for the jail. So I'm wondering when we're doing our budget, if we want to even think 6 months out. Anyway.
Well, Shan's already told me he's going to ask for more money. He already brought this up.
Okay.
Well, everybody else does every year. Right?
Well, I just want to be proactive so that all of a sudden you're going, well, this is very successful, but my staff can't handle it.
So I think it depends on how we manage the testing. So UAs take the longest. People don't like being in a cup. It is what it is. So those take the longest, and then we have to wait for the results and so on. If it's just a PBT, I mean, those are quick. It doesn't take no time. I really don't see an issue with the amount of staff I have. I think we're well staffed as long as I can maintain the staff that I have, which is always a challenge. So hopefully we can get to the point where we're full staff, but I think the numbers that we have, I can do that. Where it's going to affect probably the most is probably my administrative assistant, because she's also got to track now all of this money on top of everything else. So, but like I said, as long as we figure out the system and kind of go, I think we'll be fine. It's just, that's why I wanted that kind of grace period of learning, starting slow. So I'm not overwhelmed.
Do you anticipate this getting up to like what sort of numbers, like 20, 30 people, or just?
So, and that's the thing, is it really depends on how many locals with the DUIs, because in theory, I mean, if a tourist comes, they get charged with the DUI. They're not going to participate in our program. They can still participate in a program. So for instance, if like Davis County, or they live in Davis County and Davis County offers a 27 program, they can be sentenced here and still participate in that program in Davis County. But if it's for us wise, it would mainly be locals that would be doing this, because even San Juan, San Juan does a program and so on. So it really depends on our amount of DUIs that we have there.
Sure. Right. All right. Thank you, Mary.
I'll make a motion to approve the cooperative agreement with the Utah Department of Public Safety for the 24/7 sobriety program.
Thank you, Mary.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Trish. Any further discussion or questions for Shan?
I did just notice that there wasn't an attorney review on there, and I just wondered if Christina had anything to add. But if not, then no need for discussion.
I don't. I have reviewed the contract, which is a form contract. I don't have changes, and we're very supportive of the program.
All right. Thank you, Christina. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Motion passes unanimously, 6-0. Thank you so much, Shan. All right. Our next action item is approving the 2023 insurance renewal rate increases. Renee Baker, Personnel Services Director.
Thank you. Good evening. So mid-August, we met with GBS, who are our benefits broker. They handle they handle our discussions with Cigna or any other carrier that we might have for medical benefits. And we sat down to discuss renewal. Cigna first gave us a 16.78 renewal on our medical. So we asked GBS to go back and push back for a no bid renewal percentage. And they came back with 8%. So the no bid is just meaning that we're not going to take this out to bid this year unless we decide on something different tonight. But so they gave us the 8% on the medical. Every other plan actually had a nice rate lock on it for 2023. So the only increase we're seeing is in the medical insurance. And then traditionally, how we kind of share that burden with our employees is on our traditional medical plan. We add the 8% or whatever the medical insurance increases to that per pay period premium or to that monthly cost for the employees. So that's with the increase there in the motion.
All right, awesome. Thank you, Renee. This is a lot easier than I remember it being last year.
Last year we went out to bid and then there was a whole Cigna thing. So thank you, Dana, for figuring that all out for us last year. Hopefully numbers look great this year. So
great. Any questions for Renee?
I'll make a motion. I move to approve the Grand County Medical Insurance Renewal with Cigna at the increase of 8% and retain the bundle of vision and dental services with Cigna. I also move to approve an increase of 8% applied to the employee paid premiums for 2023 Cigna Healthcare Traditional Medical Insurance Plan. Monthly cost to the employee of $127.05. That's $127.05 for a single, $162.29 for two party, and $313.58 for a family.
Thanks, Trish. All right. I have a motion by Commissioner Hedin and a second by Commissioner McGann. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. And that passes unanimously, 6-0. Great. We are on to item 12C, consideration of property tax relief for victims of Pat Creek Fire. Debbie Swayze, Grand County Assessor.
Good evening. So tonight I'm just coming to you with the Murphy fire that took place on June 5th. There were 10 homes that were affected in that fire. Some of them are still displaced. Some of them have had to move out of their houses, and some of them did get permits so that they could correct the problems and move back in. The total taxes on all of the 10 homes is $600.59. We do have one that was a VETS exempt, so if we take that one out of the equation, the amount would be $575.49. When I sent this to Mallory and the council or the commission, we had some quite a few of them in favor of abating the taxes for these people. We did that during the Cinema Courts fire as well. So that's what I'm bringing to you guys today.
Great. Thank you, Debbie. Any questions for Debbie or comments, Mary?
I move to approve the property tax abatement and refund to residents affected by the Pat Creek Fire in a total of $600.59.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
All right. I have a motion by Mary and a second by Trish. And I think this is a great thing. It doesn't cost the county very much, but I think that money could make a big difference to some of the people affected by the fire. And it also, that fire was pretty recent. It seems like a long time ago with all the other issues that we've had with the flooding, et cetera. So it's good to remember that is still an ongoing thing and people are still displaced from that. Any other discussion? I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye. Aye. And that passes 6-0. Thank you, Debbie. We are up to item 12D, approving the bid for 2023 commercial appraisal services. And Debbie, you're back up.
That's me again. As required by law, the county is required to do a reappraisal of commercial properties every 5 years. The reappraisal will be for the 2023 tax year. The county put an RFQ out on January 1st, advertised it on the county website and in the Times Independent for 2 weeks as required. The only contractors to submit a bid was the Appraisers Inc. out of Provo, Utah. The appraisers have been doing the reappraiser for the county since 2007. The benefit of having them continue to do the appraisal is that they already have the county's information, our data, and they are familiar with the county's market changes. The appraisers also do a reappraisal for several other counties in Utah. Since the last reappraisal in 2018, the county has increased the number of parcels and added many buildings. This, along with the increase for travel expenses and gas and for gas and motels, and the added work is the reason for the increase.
All right. Any questions for Debbie? Seems pretty clear cut to me. I'd entertain a motion. Mary?
I move to approve the contract for the 2023 commercial appraisal services with the Appraisers Inc. for $188,980.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thanks, Josie. I have a motion by Commissioner McGann and a second by Commissioner Kovash. Any other discussion on that? Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye. And that one also passes 6-0. Thanks, Debbie. Have a good evening. All right, we are up to item 12E, adopting resolution approving the final plat of Davis Minor Subdivision affecting parcels numbers 02-0020-0054 and 02-0020-0036. Elisa Martin.
Thank you, Jacques. Okay, this submission is a minor subdivision final plat processed with Grand County Land Use Code Article 5 Lot Design Standards, Article 7 Subdivision Standards, and Article 9.3 Minor Subdivisions. The property currently consists of 2 distinct lots, both 2.4 acres, both zoned rural residential. The lot fronting Roberts Drive contains 1 single-family home along with an accessory structure, which is a personal shop. The applicants are requesting approval of a 3-lot subdivision. The 2.4 acre lot is being increased slightly to 2.8 acres with an adjustment of the rear lot line. The parcel fronting Rimrock Road will be subdivided into 2 1-acre lots. This subdivision will add 1 additional lot fronting Rimrock Lane. This application qualifies as a minor subdivision due to the fact that it requires no public improvements and meets minor subdivision criteria as defined in Land Use Code Section 9.3.1b. Staff found that the proposed subdivision is in conformance with the 2030 General Plan's future land use section and Grand County's Land Use Code as described in the staff report. And we are recommending approval.
Thank you. Any questions for Elisa?
I'll make a motion. I move to approve the findings of fact set forth in the staff report dated June 16th, 2022, and the proposed resolution approving the final plat of the Davis Minor Subdivision.
Thanks, Trish.
I'll second.
All right, motion by Trish and second by Josie. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor, raise your hand or say aye. And that one also passes 6-0. Thanks, Elisa. All right, we're up to item F, approving Janssen opioid settlement agreement. Christina Sloan, County Attorney.
Okay, this is a similar settlement proposal to what you saw with the distributors. One error I see now in the agenda summary is that Janssen, which is a subsidiary of Johnson & Johnson, is a manufacturer. So the proposed motion, if you want to sign on to the settlement, you could just not include the distributor language in your proposed motion. I've included the settlement agreement as well as the participation form. The participation form is nearly identical to what you saw before with the distributors. It is our opioid council's recommendation. We settle with Janssen just like we did with the distributors based on the same concerns that came out of that West Virginia case. Because the same legal arguments would apply to a manufacturer and a distributor. You might have followed the Ohio ruling that was favorable for counties and cities that came out in August. That was against pharmacies. So there are different claims, and it doesn't undermine the bad ruling that came out of West Virginia about the manufacturers and distributors, where that court found at that level, they're too far removed from the chain of distribution, the direct connection and link to the customer. They're too far removed to have liability. So that's why they are recommending with Janssen that we sign on as well. This really should have been done at the same time we did the distributor, but since we're under such a time crunch, we didn't do it. The settlement is structured very similarly. It is a national settlement, and the structure is the same. So the numbers, which I also didn't have a chance to include in there, but it's a $5 billion national settlement. One of the critical pieces is that Janssen no longer, as of 2020, produces opioids, manufactures opioids. So they did stop doing that as a huge part of this entire settlement process. The state of Utah takes less than 1.5% of that $5 billion. Then they take 50% of those proceeds, which are approximately $75 million. So they take 50% of that 75 million. And then our share before attorney fees is 0.3% of that 50%. And then there's another agenda item, and we'll get to it, but we are looking at paying a 20% attorney fee amount out of it, which lessens, if my math is correct, reduces our share to 0.104%. So a very pathetic settlement amount that essentially leads to $0 for Grand County. So there's nothing that I am happy about here. But we are where we are based on this West Virginia ruling and the strong recommendation of our opioid council to settle. If you have any questions, I'm open to that. We do have, this settlement will be paid over a number of years, just like the other one. It's so little money per year. I estimate the total settlement over 40 years is less than $50,000. So we're talking about very few thousands of dollars per year. It's not even enough money to pay staff to determine how to distribute the funding under the settlement agreement, but we could donate it, for example, to opioid recovery nonprofits and do something like that. But it's not, there's no good news here. I see Kevin's hand up.
So are there any other similar settlements in the pipeline, or is this the last one we're going to see as part of this big round of settlements?
I have not been alerted of any other settlements in the pipeline. There is some other fee thing that I've been alerted about, but I am not up to speed on it now. It doesn't actually affect, as I understand, the next agenda item. I have not been notified of any sort of settlement proposal with the pharmacy companies. We still do have other defendants in our litigation locally, but quite frankly, and I believe that Opioid Council is, a lot of this stuff is moving quickly, and their recommendation is changing based on what's happening in different states and different courts. And so they have no other recommendation for settlement that they've alerted to me today, but a month from now, I can't say what that looks like.
Great, thank you. Any other questions for Christina regarding the settlement? Anyone care to make a motion?
Swallow.
Right.
Very difficult.
Yeah.
I move to accept the settlement proceeds paid annually to Grand County for 18 years at the same percent as specified in the One Utah Opioid Settlement.
Thank you, Mary.
That is not the motion we need, I don't think.
I don't see it.
The agenda summary came out weird. I don't know why. The recommendation's on page 2.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
The only change is not to include distributor before Janssen.
I move to approve the Janssen settlement agreement authorize the chair of the Grand County Commission to execute the Janssen settlement participation form and dismiss Grand County's claims against
defendant
Janssen in the 3rd Judicial District Court, Summit County, case number 18050019. Grand County versus Teva Pharmaceuticals and Inc. at ETAL.
At all. Great.
Thanks, Mary. Anyone
I'll
would like to
second.
second? Thank you, Kevin. So I have a motion on the table by Commissioner McGann and a second by Commissioner Walker. Further discussion? I'd just like to say it's a shame that the settlement is so little, and it's almost an insult, but it sounds like we have to take what little we get and roll with it.
Would cost us so much money to try to fight it ourselves.
Yeah. All right, I will call for a vote. All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye. And it passes 6-0. Moving on, agenda item G, approving Utah subdivision agreement to establish Utah Attorney Fee and Expenses Fund. Christina Sloan, Grand County Attorney. Again, Christina.
Well, to add insult to injury, this really does feel like a smack in the face. We were told over and over and over and over again that attorney fees would be paid from a different pot of money off the top. And this was in discussions at UAC conventions. This was in meetings with the Attorney General's office. This was in meetings I had with Opioid Council, and all the counties were told the same thing, that the attorney fees would come off the top. Well, lo and behold, that is not how it's working. And it hasn't been how it has worked for the other counties that settled before us. So all the other, San Juan County is the only other county, because they also settled late, that hasn't signed this fee agreement yet, as I'm being told. I did confirm that with some of the sister county attorneys I work most closely with, including, Summit, Davis, Washington, Kane. They all confirmed they've already signed this fee agreement. It is the exact same fee agreement that every county in the state is being required to sign as part of the settlement. The silver lining is that we did sign a fee agreement way back in 2018. So that was my predecessor and the prior county commission, who agreed to a fee agreement, contingency fee agreement with our opioid council at 35%. This fee agreement does cap fees at 20%, but that 20% has to get paid into this big fund, this attorney fee fund. Now, all the counties have to pay into it, because all counties are going to take a part of the settlement, even if they're not a litigating party. So there are 2 counties who actually are going to get a share of the settlement, because Utah negotiated that for them and part of the national settlement, who don't have attorney fees because they didn't join the litigation. They still have to pay 20% of their award into this attorney fee fund to ensure that the attorney fees get their 20% off the top. Now, there is confusion and chaos, and our opioid council is telling me, and I believe them, that they were misled, as I was misled, and maybe our attorney general is misled. I don't know, but we were told something very different from the beginning. They're hopeful that because they say the fees don't add up to 20% of our award, so they're hopeful that we end up getting some money back. But at this point, we don't know that, and we should not sign this thinking we're getting any of this money back. So we need to sign this expecting that we're losing 20% of the settlement to our attorney fees. It is almost half of what we agreed to pay them, and the fee agreement does say that they're entitled to their attorney fees out of any payment we receive, including settlement. It's just that we were told that would come off the top and not affect our pathetic little insulting settlement amount, and yet it does. So here we are, and I apologize to everyone, but this is where we are.
Thank you, Christina.
What if we didn't sign this?
It's a great question, and I don't know what happens. There is a national firm that was chosen by all the parties as part of the national settlement. They're an independent law firm that, of course, is not representing any of the parties in the litigation. And they are distributing all the settlement funds. So my hunch is it doesn't really matter if we sign it, because they're going to take our 20% from us. So I don't think we see the 20% regardless of whether we sign it. But I have had a lot of questions for our opioid council that they can't answer. And I believe that they're trying to get the answer, but I just don't know.
Thank you. Anyone care to make a motion?
I don't, I move not to approve the Utah subdivision agreement to establish Utah attorney fee and expense fund.
I'll second that.
All right, I have a motion not to approve by Commissioner McGann and a second by Commissioner Hedin. Any questions for Christina before we go forward with the vote or discussion?
I do, because we've agreed to 35%, I don't know what to do here, quite frankly, or how to advise you on this. And so maybe since we have outstanding questions, a motion to postpone this to another meeting would be appropriate.
I do have a motion on the table, so would we have to retract the
Or
motion?
somebody could do a substitute motion,
Right.
substitute to postpone.
So I didn't hear you, Christina, recommending against this. You were just expressing frustration that it worked out this way. And I think it sounds like all the other attorneys you consulted in a lot of other counties have decided they should go ahead and sign this.
What I've been told is that all other counties except Grand and San Juan have already signed it because we're behind the curve in the settlement process, including the 2 counties that didn't litigate. I've only confirmed the few sister county attorneys I work with a lot. And it does reduce our exposure from 35% to 20%, but it does take it out of our settlement percentage.
So you think there's a chance that we could be charged at the 35% if we do not sign this?
I do, because our fee agreement requires that we pay 35% of any monies we obtain as a result of the litigation. So that would include a settlement process. It just feels really gross. It feels really gross that we were told something very different from.
Based on what I've heard so far, it seems like approving it, is the lesser of evils. So I guess I would be in favor of either approving it now, or if people have concerns and want to research it more, postponing. But I don't think we should just say we're not going to sign it and that's the end of it.
Would you like to make a substitute motion, Kevin?
How about I amend? I don't like substitute motions. I think they violate Robert's rules. So, but I'll move that to amend the motion on the table to strike the word "not," so that it reads, as it does in the packet. Be a motion to approve the settlement agreement.
Thank you, Kevin. Would anyone like to second Kevin's amended motion?
I think you have to ask if I agree to the amendment.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mary.
No, we're voting on the amendment. So
Okay,
this is
never
not that
mind.
kind
I fell out of order. Okay, I will second Kevin's motion.
Okay, so I have a motion on the table by Commissioner Walker to approve and a second by Commissioner Kovash.
Yeah, well, it's a motion to amend, and then we've got.
I'm sorry, a motion to amend the original motion. Any discussion on that? I will call for a vote on Kevin's motion to amend. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. All opposed. And the motion passes 5-1 with Commissioner McGann in the opposition.
Okay, and now frustratingly, we need to vote again on the motion as amended to pass it.
We have to vote on the original motion.
Does somebody have to, oh, the motion is amended, right? I will, was there any discussion on the original motion, striking the word "not," which is basically the motion that was presented in our packet?
I mean, I agree with Mary's sentiment. I would like to say, no, this is unfair in some way. And since we don't have much direct communication, that seems like the way to do it. But I also hear what Kevin is saying and what our attorney is cautiously advising about our agreement as it stands is for 35%. And so it does seem like it makes the most sense to me to sign this agreement tonight.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. I tend to agree too. I think the whole thing kind of stinks, of course. But I think we hold our noses and sign this and get it over with, is my feeling. Any other discussion or anyone else like to make a comment? All right, I will call for a vote on the motion. I'm sorry, the amended motion. All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
This always gets so
Is there a motion and a second on the amendment?
We had the motion, yeah, the motion was amended that had a second on it previously. Yeah. Great. Mary made the original motion and Trish seconded it, and then we had the amendment to the motion. So we are voting on the amended original motion.
The amended motion.
Right. And we did just have a vote, and the vote went 5-1, passing with Commissioner McGann in opposition. And thank you all. That's a little confusing. And it is, it's 10 after 6 o'clock. We had a citizens to be heard session at 6 o'clock. So I would welcome anyone in the chamber who'd like to come forward and be heard to please come forward. Would you like to come forward? If you would, please come forward and you can use the table and speak into the microphone.
Were you going to address the flood grant applications later?
We weren't, but if you had a question about it,
this appropriate time.
Yeah, you could make a.
My name's Janie Walker. I have property on Mill Creek Drive. And in the last flood, my renter, Doreen O'Connell, trailer, although was not damaged, has been condemned. And so she has no home. And I have been looking for a replacement trailer for her. And think we found one. And I wanted to ask on the grants that you had, that was advertised, because the application says organizations. And I wanted to ask if an individual could apply for that.
We have Ben Alter here who worked on those grants extensively. What do you have an answer for Janie, Ben?
Well, it might
You
actually
better
be
get to it,
a place for seniors to weigh in. Can I be heard?
No,
Yeah, if you want to come forward, that'd be great. Yeah, thanks, Ben. Sorry to put you on the spot right now.
No, that's fine. So the design of the grant application is to serve businesses and nonprofits. We were looking to address residential damages as well, but the advisement was that it would just open up a lot of concerns that a lot of claims could be brought against the county, and that we might not be able to effectively address it with the funds that we allocated. So my understanding is that the grant is really just open for places that either do business or nonprofits or sole proprietors. That being said, if you are, we have folks who are able to apply because they rent their property to businesses or nonprofits. So I could see that there could be potential for leeway, but at the same time, I know that the grant was designed specifically so as not to allow that, because then there would be tons of other applications and tons of other potential liability. So Christina, please.
I'd like to weigh in too. The grant program is utilizing TRT funds, and those are restricted by statute for tourism promotion and also economic development. So we don't have a legal ability to use TRT funds for homeowners. But I do, Ms. Walker, recommend you be in touch with Bill Holst in the building department, because he is working on a trailer for your renter as well. And I thought he had, I think it's Bill. I've talked to someone who's working on a trailer, and I thought we had found one. So it sounds like we're all working on it, and we do want to help Doreen. So I recommend you be in touch with the building department.
Now that I remember, I think Ryan Rogers also had mentioned that he was working on procuring a trailer as well.
So, yeah, so.
Except for securing the trailer is only not quite half of the problem, according to Bill.
It'd be cleaning, it will be cleaning up the property and.
No, it's a survey to see how high the trailer has to be set.
Oh, okay.
Well, and again, yeah, contact our building department because we do have a county surveyor. So, you know, we might be able to help there outside of this grant program, which is a whole different thing. So we have been working on helping Doreen and I'm assuming there can be some relief there from the county.
Yeah. Thank you, Christina. I hope that helps, Janie.
Yep,
yeah. All right. Thank you. Thanks, Ben. Anyone else in the chambers today who would care to make a public comment? How about on Zoom? If there's anyone waiting on Zoom who'd like to make a comment, now's the time.
Thank you. My name's Craig Smith. I'd like to make a comment.
Okay, Craig, go ahead.
Great. I represent it's by chance this happens to be the next item on your agenda, which is the creation of the Kane Springs Improvement District. I represent the applicants for the district. We delivered a letter today. Sorry for the last minute, but we didn't find out about the different options that the county commission is considering about the board members of or the trustees, I should say, of the district. We found out about that Friday. We hurried and got some brief comments. I don't know if people have received the letter or seen the letter. We tried to get
we did receive the letter. Yeah.
We'd like to have that letter obviously in the record, and appreciate the opportunity to do that. And again, I'm sorry about the last minute notice. We want to go on record to be in support of the proposal for a board that's made up of both county commissioners and the resident applicants, property owners, people that want to own the land, want to do some things there. We think that addresses the concerns that we read in the materials that were provided by the county, and we think that is a good way to go. It takes advantage of both the expertise from both the county and also the local property owners who would be benefited by this and want the service that the district will provide. We are not so in favor of just having the county commission as the trustees, because it doesn't have those benefits. It doesn't have that, and we know that the county commissioners have lots to do and also have to make other decisions that are obviously wearing different hats is always, in my experience, and I've done this a long time, but represented and worked with a lot of local governments over the years. And by the way, I am an attorney. I don't know if I said that. I work with Smith Hartvickson, which is a law firm in Salt Lake that we practice a lot throughout the state, including a lot in Grand County. Anyway, hard to do that. So we would really encourage and urge the commission to adopt the resolution that allows for this board made up of members of both the county commission and the applicants from the district who are qualified under the statute to serve as the trustees. And I'm happy to, I don't want to take a lot of time, but I'm happy to answer any questions if anybody has any questions they'd like to ask.
Great. I assume you'll be stay on the Zoom for our next action.
Those items, sure.
Great. Thank you. Then we'll, if we have any questions during that item, we will present you with them.
Thank you. And I need to apologize to Craig Weston, one of the owners who sent the letter, was not able to other commit, couldn't be on the line. So that's why I'm kind of substituting for him tonight.
Okay, great. Are there any other citizens to be heard on Zoom who would like to make a statement? All right, it looks like there aren't, so we will get to that next action item, and that is item H, adopting resolution certifying the petition to create an improvement district, creating the Kane Springs Improvement District, and establishing the board of directors. And back to Christina Sloan, Grand County Attorney.
I'm going to lead off actually here.
Okay, thank you, Kate.
Yeah, I'm just going to start with just kind of a recap timeline of sort of how we got to this point, just to remind everyone and for the public's concern as well. So on May 6th of this year, the Cane Creek Preservation and Development Limited Liability Corporation submitted a request to my office for sanitary sewer service. And we held a public hearing. And the commission, after that public hearing at the regular meeting on the 21st of June, declined to provide that service. And so in doing so, upon refusal or inability by the county, that in turn triggered the Cane Creek Preservation and Development LLC to submit their petition to the county on June 23rd, 22 to create this improvement district. So that was on June 23rd. There was upon attorney review, we did require proof of signatory authority on that original petition. So that did require me to initially deny the petition as incomplete, but upon receiving that proof of signatory authority, that I did with my authority deem that application that petition complete officially on August 9th. And so from that day, I have 35 days to certify. And that's where we're at now due to the general details and background. And Christina did a pretty good job of laying this all out, and it is present within the resolution. Because owners of 100% of the land area and value within the proposed boundaries of the district, it is at the will of the applicant to establish this district without an election. And so we are here today to pass this resolution in support of the district and for your own consideration with regards to options for board composition. And so I'll hand over to the attorney for any further background or comments.
Great,
Yeah.
thanks, Dave. Go ahead, Christian.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. Just a few things. You have a choose your own adventure option here, which is, I've provided two proposed resolutions, one which would appoint the county commission as the board, and we'll talk about that in a second, as well as a resolution appointing a 5-member board of directors or board of trustees, which would be 3 owners or owner agents and 2 county commissioners. I do want to point out that the developer originally requested a 3-member board appointed or constituting all owner or owner agents on that. That is against our county policy, where we always appoint at least 1 county commissioner to board of trustees of development specific districts. And I think there's a lot of history in Southeast Utah, and by that I mean Grand and San Juan County, that development specific districts don't function as well as we would hope. So that is one reason why county leadership has discussed appointing the county commission as the board of trustees. There's pros and cons to both, and I've laid that out in the agenda summary. But 2 things I want to highlight is that, one, I think the biggest advantage, quite frankly, of appointing the county commission as the board is that the meetings would be public and they would occur before the county commission meetings, like the Thompson Fire District meetings. This is a development that the community is very interested in, given the sensitivity of the lands involved and also the density proposed, which is quite large. And the other issue is that we can't appoint the county commission later. This is our only moment. Statute's very clear that if you're interested in appointing the county commission as the board, the time is now. But of course, the big cons are that, the county commission doesn't have the expertise to run this district. Now, you can delegate that authority, of course, to your developer professionals. But if the county commission is doing that, then it lessens the value of the county commission serving as the board, in my opinion. So I'm very conflicted about this. I don't have strong advice either way. As you heard, the developer has opined that he does support the 5-member board of trustees, even though they asked for a 3-member agent one only. It's also important to know that under statute, as of now, and we expect into the future, this subdivision development proposal would qualify as a seasonal development, which means typically you would require that statute requires that residents are appointed to the board. But because when there's a seasonal development and you don't have full-time residents or a sufficient number living within the development, then owner agents could be appointed to the board. So we are in that situation.
Kevin.
I just had a few things to add. I do want to emphasize a point that Christina made, is that the statute's very asymmetric. So at this time of creating the board for the district, we have 3 options. We can either have the county commission be the board, we can have an appointed board, or we can set up an elected board. If we make the county commission the board at any later time, if we decide it would work better with an appointed board, we can do that. So that, making us the board keeps our options open. If we were to make this an appointed or elected board, that's it. It's out of our hands after that, and it's a very independent special service district. So I think the conclusion I draw from that is, unless we are very certain that an appointed board is the way to go, we should make the county commission the board, at least initially. And if later we're convinced that it would be better to have transition to an appointed board, we have that option, and we keep that option open, but it doesn't work vice versa. Something else, Christina pointed out that even if the county commission being the board, we can still, work closely with the developers, which I think obviously we would. Hire consultants, maybe can hire the same consultants they would have hired. The main difference with the county commission being the board is that we would have the final say on decisions rather than just being a minority of the appointed board. That's the other option in the menu. I think keeping that option open is important. One reason it's important is, things happening on this district have effects beyond the district boundaries. And I think in making decisions about this area, it's good to take a holistic view about the big effects. And I think the county commission is clearly in a better position to do that than a board that's controlled by just the one company that owns all the land within this district. So I'm in favor of us choosing the first option, the option that would appoint the county commission as the board, at least initially, though I think we should continue conversations with the developer. And I definitely sympathize with the letter getting in late. I know it's hard to keep track of all these things. And if they make a persuasive argument in the future that we should go to an appointed board, we can do that. There's no obstruction to us doing that. But once we do an appointed board and relinquish control, then that's it. We never get it back.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin, and well said. Anyone else, Sarah?
I just had a question, because as I was looking through the options, I was like, well, is there an option where the county maintains the majority with 3 members and there's 2 developers on the board? Or is that, I know we probably wouldn't vote on that this evening, but was that option analyzed at all?
We can appoint up to 3 members.
But those would not be public meetings, correct?
Right.
Or they would be public meetings, but not held. Yeah.
I wish Evan isn't here, but Evan has had a lot of frustration with the Arches Special Service District, where the trustees are the predominant part of the board, and the consistency of meetings does not happen. it's been a real frustrating. They did do some change this year and added things. I haven't talked to them since, but the time we've had a board of this nature, it has not functioned well.
And Chris, yeah.
Thanks, Chuck. So, I just want to make sure that the commission's aware that there's a significant difference between, what happened with the Arches Special Service District and what would happen here. I guess I'll just ask some questions. Who's going to take the minutes? Who's going to come up with the budget? Do you all realize that you're going to have to meet every single time? There's also the question, you talked about hiring consultants. You don't have any money. Where are you going to get the money? And you have to realize that we're talking about financing a multi-million-dollar project, designing a multi-million-dollar project, getting it built, operating it. It's like adding an entire new department to the county. So I think that you should be ready, to answer all these questions. Are you expecting your existing staff to do all that work?
Well, I do want to weigh in that it's independent of the county. So I make this point in the agenda summary that the commissioners won't have county support. The county attorney won't be involved, the county engineer won't be involved, county staff won't be involved.
Yeah.
So you'll
Yeah,
be
so the way I
navigating
see it
those
is-
issues while trying to finance this via the methods allowed under statute for local districts.
Yeah, go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, so I think we would, we would hire separate staff to do all those things, and we would raise the money for that the same way the district would. And I think we would also do it in close consultation with, the owners of this property. I think, if they want to go slow and do nothing, I think we're okay with that. If they want to move forward more quickly, I think we'd be okay with that too. But I do think, it's worth holding on to this final decision-making authority, because we can't get it back once we relinquish it. And if later we decide that it's not working out, maybe for some of the reasons that Chris listed, we can do that later. But to me, it seems like a no-brainer that at least tonight we would vote to keep the commission as the board, because we always have the option of changing it later if that seems to have been a mistake.
Thanks, Kevin. I saw Chris, it looked like you still had your hand raised, but then it went away. Did you have anything you wanted to add to that?
Oh, no, I just wanted to, make sure that y'all realize how much work it's going to be, and that you're not, approving the creation of this board expecting staff to pick up all that work.
We are definitely not expecting staff to pick up any of the work.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Mary?
I'm just thinking about districts. It's a big decision to create districts. It's,
It sounds like
one of the hardest things we have to make a decision on.
It sounds like we do have to create the district. It's just a matter of how we govern the district. And I will say, from working on the Thompson Water Board, I know Trish can echo this. It is work. Like I spend more time on that special service district than I do on a lot of my other assignments, and it's not just showing up to the meetings.
And that was already in place. It's just
right. Yeah, building everything from the ground up.
And I find the same with the solid waste. Solid waste district almost takes up as much time as the commission. So,
it's not. Yeah.
But I also hear what Kevin says. I hear what Kevin says, and that this would be our opportunity. And if we wanted to change it later, like I kind of like the idea of that Sarah came up with, is that, you had 3 and 2, or 4 and 3, if we wanted to move it to a 7-person, but that's hard because then you can't get a quorum. But it can happen. It's a big, creating a district's a big job. It's a big deal.
I think, as Jacques points out, we have to create the district. We don't have any choice about that. And it's just a question about how it's going to be governed initially. I think we should give a try. The county board. If it turns out to be too much work, then we can, switch to an appointed board with varying compositions. And I think this would also give us, the statute governing like how many commissioners can be on the board and all that stuff. it's pretty complicated, and I would hesitate to do something tonight that's not already on the agenda. I think we need to research it to make sure very sure it's legal to have a differing number of commissioners on the board. So.
Great. Christina, was there a reason that you didn't, I'm sorry, put in options such as the one that Commissioner Stock suggested on the agenda?
No reason other than the group of county leadership discussing this didn't propose that, didn't ask me to consider it, but I am looking at 17B-2A-404 and based on the seasonability or the seasonal development part of this, I do read that to allow 3 county commissioners, as long as there are at least 2 resident board members. So Craig, I don't know if you've researched that, but I do read that we could do a 3-2 with the county commissioners being the majority.
Yeah. Do you want to say? Yeah, go ahead, Craig.
Yeah, I think that's correct. I don't have the code out in front of me. I do want to just emphasize, we're not planning to have any kind of closed meetings or, I'm sorry you've had problems with other districts. The districts that we represented, my firm represents a lot of districts throughout the state. One of the things we've worked very hard to do is make sure that we follow all of the open meeting laws. If you want to have the meetings all held at the county offices and you'll provide a room for us, that's typically what we would do. So there's no idea here. Frankly, I would have probably thought about having county commissioners on but typically most county commissioners are busy and they don't want to be on boards like this. Else I would have probably proposed something similar to this now, before now, because and the other thing, I guess I'll say one more thing, then I'll shut up. But one of the things, as I mentioned about wearing hats, when you're whoever the trustees are for this district, when they make district decisions, they got to make decisions in the best interest of the district. That means you got to take off your county commissioner hat if you're on the district board, and because you have a duty. You're the word trustee is not just by random. Trustee means what it means. Your duties, whoever it is, whether it's commissioners or the owners or whoever, need to be, making decisions in the best interest of the district. Now, a lot of times those will be the same as the county, but there may come a time when there's not. I don't know, but just but that's when you're wearing that hat. You've got to wear that hat fully, and then when you're commissioner hat, you obviously wear that hat fully. And we think that having a mix is the best of both worlds because you'll have the expertise and input directly from the owners who are very interested in what happens here. You can obviously imagine that, plus the input and from the county. But anyway, I think I probably said too much. I'll shut up. But I think you could make up the board in different configurations. Again, we're just kind of, we haven't had much time to even think about this. We found out about this on Friday, and obviously had to react very quickly. But we want to be in a partnership and work together with the county and whatever is built there. I mean, there's lots of other approvals that will be needed. This is just one small but very important piece of that. And that's why when we saw the proposal to have the mixed board or whatever you want to call it, we thought, hey, there's some really advantage to that because people that are on the same board will communicate and there'll be much better ability to collaborate. I'll put it that way.
Great. Yeah. Thank you, Craig. Yeah, go ahead, Kevin.
Well, I think I would like to make a motion then for the reasons I stated before, but again, primarily because it keeps our options open. I move to approve the resolution certifying the petition to create an improvement district, creating the Kane Springs Improvement District, and appointing the county legislative body as the Board of Trustees, and authorize the clerk to sign all necessary certification, documentation, and entrance. Submit the same to the Lieutenant Governor's office.
Great, thank you, Kevin. Motion by Commissioner Walker. Anyone?
Second.
Okay, second by Commissioner Stock. We can have discussion. This is a tough one for me. I came into the meeting completely on the fence about this, and I kind of still am. I think Kevin makes a couple of very good points, and I think am I right in that we could convene, if we make the commission ourselves, the board, that even at our next meeting, we could convene and create a different paradigm? Is that right?
Or doesn't the lieutenant governor have to agree first?
No, you can change the composition of the board at any time by resolution. And one other thing, and it's in the resolution, but the county surveyor also has a role here before the new district is ready for the lieutenant governor's office, and he has to certify that the plat complies with statute. He hasn't had a chance to get to that, so the resolution directs him to do that before we send it to the lieutenant governor's office. I did look, and there's a couple of incorrect things on there. For example, it references a special service district instead of a local district. Nothing major, but we're not going to be sending this to the lieutenant governor's office tomorrow anyway, until we hear from the county surveyor.
Got it. Yeah. And I would say I take Kevin's point. I think it is a very good point that it doesn't go in the other direction. If we do want to do this, it is our chance. But I also think that it's going forward, it's relatively unrealistic to have the county commission as the board of directors for this for the long term. So I think it would go the other way at some point.
Well, I know on the solid waste special service district, which now is very large, they have lots of employees and cover a lot. The board is not made up of trustees. The board is made up of myself, a city council person, and 3 volunteers from the community. And then the people that are managing the development, or this would be a development, but managing the solid waste, they do the majority of the work, and then they present it to us. And it's still a lot of work. But I mean, I don't see it that we're doing we're not making the decisions as to how the development proceeds.
Right. So you're saying the role isn't as important as you might think?
Well, it's incredibly important because you're dealing with a huge amount of money, and this is an important, this is a very big project. And I think with this commission, I feel very comfortable that everyone would, do their due diligence. And I know this is a big deal to the community. I know this development has some real ups and downs as far as a lot of the community is pretty concerned about it, or unhappy to see this area that has been so, held to be not developed for so long, to all of a sudden not just have a development, but to have a huge development. A huge development that I think we owe it to the citizens of Grand County to keep our thumbs on it as much as possible, so that, and then like later on, if we decide we want to change the makeup of the board, I think we can. It's a tough one.
Yeah, no, that was well said, Mary. Thank you. Sarah or Josie, do you have anything?
Kevin's got his hand up.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Kevin, go ahead.
I was just going to briefly address one of the points Mary made, which is, even if we're certain we want to move to an appointed board, but we're not sure whether we want it to have 2 commissioners or 3 commissioners, and voting to make ourselves a board now buys us time. We've got to make some kind of decision within a fixed amount of time. If we think we need to consider this more, then the thing to do is vote in favor of the motion on the table, and then without a deadline looming over us, decide just how exactly we want to switch to some kind of other board structure.
We could have it as a future consideration that at one of our meetings, we have a discussion item or have a workshop. Maybe even a workshop would even be better in the next month or so, to go over what it's looking like and where we're at. I think this does buy us time.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, if I could speak, I think sure, that's, if that were the path that the commission were to decide to take, I think, definitely engaging with the developers and the entity involved and working through that would be really useful to this situation, in my opinion.
Great.
I share a lot of the sentiments already expressed. I recognize this could be more than the commission can take on in the long range, but I do think that there has been so much public outcry and surprise that this kind of development is possible out on Kane Creek. And I know that I too, given the recent flooding, I feel like I also want some time to sort of reassess a lot of our notions around properties being safely out of flood zones, because I just don't know if our projections have been correct until now, or if they are just changing for the foreseeable future. So I agree with Kevin that buying ourselves some time and maintaining as much sort of control and availability for public involvement in this as possible sort of makes me lean just slightly towards that keeping the commission fully involved.
You're doing more work.
Great. All right. Anyone else have anything to add before I call for a vote? All right, we have a motion on the table by Commissioner Walker and a second by Commissioner Stock. I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye.
Yes.
Made a good argument, Kevin. The motion passes unanimously 6-0. Thank you.
Hey, could we just ask when appreciate your consideration of this. We're anxious to move forward on this with this district. Do you know when the first meeting will be scheduled for the district board? We'd like to have one scheduled as soon as possible.
Yeah, maybe my 2 cents worth is, yeah, perhaps we could discuss over email just when that soon as possible date is or something.
Well,
Do we have a workshop for next?
I think a workshop, a great idea. It's a public meeting. Anything we do is going to be the board is going to do is going to be a public meeting and going to be subject to all the public meeting situation. But I think a workshop's a great idea because I think it allows some communication, which I think, would be very helpful for everybody. But as I said, and we'll send emails out, but we are anxious. This is not something that we're looking, we put a lot of work to obviously help get the district created. And sometime I'd be happy to tell you why we have the laws we have on this, but we're anxious to move forward and anxious to get a regular meeting schedule for the district board so that so it can move forward and do its job. I mean, it has a job like every other. It doesn't just exist just to exist. It exists for purposes in the statute, and we're anxious to, we're anxious to work with the county commission.
Right. We understand that, Greg. Thank you.
Yeah,
and
so
we will.
Go
ahead, Kevin.
I was speaking for myself. I agree that we should have some kind of substantive meeting and discussions as soon as possible, and the exact date of that could be arranged over email.
Right. I just want to emphasize again that the county surveyor has work to do. I have asked him twice to prioritize it. I will ask him again, but we do need to get that done. And then at the next meeting, you guys will need to make your appointments from the county commission who's going to serve on that board. So there is a little bit of work to do before we can have an official meeting.
No, I think the full county commission is the board of trustees.
Yeah. Sorry, you're right. I was saying 3 members. Yeah.
But I think you were saying until the surveyor does his work and we send this to the lieutenant governor, we can't legally, and we could have an informal meeting, but we certainly couldn't have an official meeting.
Right. So I'll write Lucas again right now.
And I agree with Mary that a workshop would be very helpful.
I want a workshop as soon as possible. I don't know if one of the dates that, I don't know if we have a workshop before our next meeting.
September 20th.
September 20th.
There's the Carlton Mineral Lease workshop that's normally done every year that I think is pretty intensive, at least for Chris, who has to prepare everything.
Got it. So we might be looking at the maybe the first meeting in October, or
we can
talking about a workshop for this district. It's for this district that you guys should work it out.
Right.
Yeah, we can work out scheduling.
Right. Okay.
Not
right. We'll get that done as soon as possible and let everybody know.
Okay, and then Jacques 12.I, is no longer needed, so we'll need a motion.
Right,
to
okay.
table.
So we'll move on to 12J. Okay, thanks, everybody. I think we got that wrapped up, and we'll get back to that very soon. Moving on to item J, approval of the cooperative marketing program expansion with Kanakiwi and the Utah Office of Tourism, Ben Alter, Economic Development Specialist, and Melissa Stocks as well. And it looks like August. Why not?
Okay. Whole team.
Well, I'll be parked here for the next 7 nights.
Is it just 7?
Okay, so brought this contract before y'all. I've lost track if it was last meeting or 2 meetings ago.
2 meetings.
2 ago? Okay. And since then, we've been made aware that there are more funds available to do some concerted marketing efforts. Melissa has done a lot of research and identified that these demographics are potentially very good for us to be marketing to, and especially with economic indicators showing lower visitation and just what businesses on Main Street are experiencing, we're definitely considering more ways that we can sort of broaden our marketing efforts. So if I didn't list Melissa on the agenda summary, that was because I wasn't sure if she was attending, but this is definitely her item, so I'll let her speak to it.
Well, since we talked 2 meetings ago, we were just focused on the Canadian market. And now we decided to expand the contract and focus also in the Australian and New Zealand market. And we want to increase for, what's the amount? $16,000, the total amount? $7,000 right now, right?
This was
Oh,
9,
nine.
bringing up
The last
total.
one was 7,000, so now it's $9,000. So it will be $2,000 for destination webinar that I will participate. So it's like a 25-minute presentation to probably 500 people that they will attend to this Zoom webinar. And I will explain about MOA, sell MOA, talk about the responsible recreation. And then the other one will be the 4,000 for Expedia Medium Solution. And that since this Expedia Media Solution is focused on the snow and winter road trip campaign. So what they want to do is the Australian New Zealand's promotion to go to the Park City and then make a road trip to Southeast Utah in our low season. And then the other one is the Carry On, that is $2,000, and this is a great one because the Australians and New Zealand, 70% of the market book through the retail channels. So this is a really good one. The Carry On, the mission is to inform, educate, and connect with the tourism industry. They're focused on the 60% of women, 34% men. Country, Australia, 88% and 9% with New Zealand. And travel trade, 88% and consumer, 12% go directly to their website. That's the information that I have.
And I'll just reiterate something that the Kanakiwi representative who was here last time spoke to us about, and that is that this is heavily aligned with the Forever Mighty initiative, which is to be marketing in a sustainable, especially with focus on recreation resources. And we are going to have significant input on whatever content we are putting out there. And that starts with Melissa doing those talks with potential travel agencies and whatnot. So we have control of our message, and I think it's a great idea. Thank you for doing the research.
It's new market. Utah Office of Tourism is telling us that we need to focus too.
Great. So the way I understand it, this is marketing to Australians and New Zealanders who are coming over for like ski vacations up in Salt Lake, and then it would be while they're here in the state, enticing them into coming down to Moab and.
So they usually stay 17 days here in Utah.
Wow. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So research shows that their average stay when they come over for a ski vacation is that they stay for 17 days.
Yeah,
Wow.
mhm.
It's a long haul.
It is a long
Yeah.
haul. Yeah, definitely. Might as well take advantage of it.
So with the Utah co-op campaigns, I assume that the ski towns like have infinitely more money and resources put into this kind of like advertising co-op than we do. How does that play out for us? Like if we're
What do you mean by that exactly?
well, if we're I guess I want to make sure that if we're putting into this like Ski Utah campaign with the road trip, that it's not just actually a Ski Utah campaign with like a picture of Delegate Arch as well or something. I don't know. I mean,
My understanding is that UOT seems to be trying to diversify what people do here, perhaps because that ski draw is so strong, that this cooperative marketing grant focus is on, while you're here for your ski vacation that you already booked, they already got you with, consider other destinations. That's my understanding. That's not something I've been told by UOT, so I don't want to say that that is what they're going for. But my understanding is that this is them trying to spread out that travel to those places that don't have those typical ski draws, if that makes sense. Because I think you're absolutely right that those communities do have those resources and probably have pretty reliable business from a lot of these customers from international markets.
I'm on that site right now and they do kind of, you know what I mean? They have winter in southern Utah. It looks like they're, you know.
Yeah, and I also want to note that like, as we do more planning strategically, obviously the off season is like a valuable resource for the local community. And I don't think the intention of this is to, get rid of the off season, that opportunity for a breath of air, but more continue to get ourselves to a more balanced visitation calendar. Because right now we just have huge spikes, spring, fall, very quiet, kind of with that. After that, that's not really sustainable.
So, I wanted to make a motion.
Awesome.
Okay, I move to approve the opt-in form and expand Grant County's cooperative marketing program with Kannaquickie and Utah Office of Tourism.
All right, motion by Commissioner Walker and second by Commissioner McCann. I'd say
since
yeah,
I
go
get to
ahead.
talk first and second.
There you go.
I mean, I think I do want to point out that this, compared to some of the other things we do, this is a relatively modest amount of money. So we don't need to scrutinize it with a microscope, I think. I also think that this is the kind of thing we've said over the last few years we want to do. We want to try to emphasize visitors who are going to stay longer and spend more money. And this seems to me is clearly a move in that direction. So I'm in favor of it.
I'll also add that I've sat in my shop on Main Street in January and February for years and not seen a single customer walk through the door on certain days while I watch my payroll go sky high. So I love the off season. I love the relief and the kind of just the local time. But I know there are a lot of businesses that could use just a little bump during that time for sure. And I've also always very much appreciated Australian and Kiwi visitors at my business anyway. I think they've been great customers. They come a long way and spend money, rent bikes at least, do lots of other things. So I like this.
Yeah, I would say that I know there's a lot of pressure on Grand County to be spending more promotional money. I think when we approved the Canadian market, definitely one of my comments was that I'm very much in favor of spending that money in ways that is very, very, very focused on pulling visitors who are going to be respectful of Grand County. And so this just seems like adding on to that. And so I would just echo those same sentiments that I really support all of your efforts to find these ways to market in very, very conscientious ways. So I appreciate that work.
And this would come out of the TRT promotional funds bucket, right? Yep, thanks. Any other questions or discussion? I would call for a vote on Kevin's motion. All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye. And that passes unanimously, 6-0. All right. Thanks, Melissa.
Thank you.
Up to item 12K, approval of 7 Moab, all capitals, ! Tourism Grant 2022 awards. And we have the same crew up here. So go ahead, Ben.
Sure. Sorry that colon snuck in at the beginning of the item. I don't know how that happened. So, yeah. Moab, standing for Marketing Our Awesome Businesses. Y'all approved this pilot program in April. We had a great time rolling it out. We collected applications in July. We got some really great applications. And I think probably the most important thing that came from this process was the feedback from the evaluators that I include in the agenda summary. I think that the applications, while they are, usually aligned with marketing their businesses in some way, they are even better at emphasizing local collaborations and really showcasing, the inventive ideas that business owners or managers have come up with around here. So I'm really excited to potentially award that creativity. And I think our department learned a lot from this grant. We have not been able to hold the evaluation for the larger grant, the Star Business Grant, but we're going to start that next week. And I think we're going to learn a lot about that too. But I'll just say right off the bat, I know that with Mary, when we were first talking about this program, we talked about, is $5,000 meaningful for a business to promote their services? And the answer is yes and no. It really depends on who you ask. And so I think that if we want to go into the future with a program like this, I think potentially increasing the awards, maybe not publicizing it right next to this other grant that we had such a larger pot of. And then I think that our office, and really me, because everyone's doing a million things, can just do a better job of not only showing folks on how to apply for a grant, but specifically the criteria we're looking for. A lot of folks, especially in the business community, if you're not, immersed in nonprofit stuff, you might have never applied to a grant before. And so I'm eager for us to improve this program in the future and offer the community a little something clearer and better. But that being said, I'm really excited about the proposals that we have now before us. And I think that folks did a great job of requesting just a small amount of money and showing how much they can really try and do with it. So I'm excited to hear y'all's feedback, and hopefully we can get this money to the community.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ben. I think it looks great looking through the list of businesses that are going to be beneficiaries, and very much appreciate it. It's a first effort, and it's a learning experience, and there's should be more to come.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sarah.
I move to approve the following grant awards as part of Marketing Our Awesome Business Moab Tourism Grant 2022 program. $4,120.36 to Desert Power Yoga LLC, $4,981 to Clapper Adventures LLC, $5,000 to Desert Wild Corp, $4,500 to Moab Donuts LLC, $4,500 to Simply Moab LLC, $3,500 to Mind Pleasure LLC, and $4,350 to La Dueña Mexican Kitchen
All right.
LLC.
We have a motion.
I will second.
All right, motion by Commissioner Stock and second by Commissioner Kovash. Any further discussion on this? All right, seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye. And the motion passes unanimously. Great, thank you.
Thank you all.
We are up to agenda item 12L, approval of the contract with Hudson Printing for the reprint of the Moab Outdoor Adventure Guide. And back to you, Ben.
All right, so again, did not know that Melissa would be joining us, but she and Robert are really the ones who are in charge of circulating the adventure guide to local businesses as well as prospective visitors. in recent years, the numbers of adventure guides that we've distributed has gone up significantly because local businesses really find this resource helpful. And so we are looking at rebranding this and introducing different and new content, and that's going to be a big workshop piece. But in the meantime, just to hold us over into the future, Robert and Melissa, we're looking for just increasing our stock just a little bit because we are about to run out. Hopefully you all were able to look at an e-copy of the adventure guide. It's got some great recommendations on what to do, how to prepare safely, how to travel sustainably. So anything I'm missing on that?
Maps, we have trail maps. We have some, leave no trails, responsible no recreation. Plus, when we're gonna update this outdoor adventure guide, we would like to add the Wonder app.
Right.
To So some people would like to use that Wonder apps in the phone. Other people like to touch paper, so they have two options.
Yeah, the other thing I'd add on that, if Mike can hear me, is one of the cells of using that kind of online mapping software is that it reduces our printing costs. You can see that basically, 30 grand, 20 grand is what printing materials gives us like half a year. Right, and so those are the two main seasons, but you spend a lot. I mean, relatively in the scheme of our budget, it's not that much, but I'd be curious to see once we do roll out our virtual mapping, trip planning resource, if the utilization of our print maps decreases.
Yeah, right. Interesting. And so these are primarily distributed out of the MIC, right?
MIC, we also do local businesses. So when we did the Arches timed entry reservation system kind of information rollout, Melissa and Robert set up a kind of request process. And so then they started going out to businesses on a weekly basis, dropping these off, dropping travel guides and rack cards for the Arches timed entry reservation system. It ended up also just being a good point of contact between our office and the businesses on a regular basis. But the MIC, this is what the MIC gives out to their
right.
And so they were stressed.
And this run is just reprinting what we have, getting us through the spring season, and then we're looking at totally redoing the thing. And
yeah, I think the goal is that we go through strategic planning, brand planning. I think we're going to rebrand with that, visual language, and also just how we're speaking about that way. And then with that, travel guides and the outdoor adventure guides, kind of get a new. Hopefully, at that point, your new stuff is good.
Yeah.
So that's the goal for next month.
Right. Yes, sir.
I'd move to approve the contract with Hudson Printing for the reprint of the Moab Outdoor Adventure Guide.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
All right, a motion by Sarah and a second by Trish. Any further discussion or questions for these guys?
Out of tourism promotion?
Yep.
All right. Any other questions? I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye. And I'm not seeing Kevin on there. Are you still with us?
I'm here and I was raising my hand, yes.
Excellent. All right. Motion passes 6-0. Thank you. We are on to agenda item 12M, approval of special event permit for the 2022 Hummer Club. August.
I'm filling in for Rachel. It is her birthday today, and she needs to take the day off. So happy birthday, Rachel. There's 3 special events for your consideration. We're going to start with the Hummer Club special event permit, and I'll just read the background as written. This will be the first year that the Hummer Club has applied for a special event permit. This event has been occurring since 1996, but it did not require a special event permit per the previous definition of a special event. My understanding is it's due to the size of the event. The event lasts 5 days and will be using the standard Eastern Jeep Safari trails. As the event is much smaller than most, they will decide which trails are to be run on each morning of the event. I'll try to answer any questions there.
Am I allowed to say something ahead
Go
of you?
ahead, Mallory.
Never mind.
So one thing I think it would be helpful, and I'll send an email, I put together a little template, but for all special events, I'm guessing knowing in the agenda summary, just the quick and dirty of what type of event, where, dates, number of attendees. I think that would be very helpful. And then conditions. I know we try not to approve things or ask the commission to approve things with conditions, but obviously special events can be a little different. So I'll send that out. I'm going to share Rachel and I'll send it to OSTA as well. But that was my one piece that I'm guessing there might be questions about.
Yeah, I have the application in front of me, so I can answer any of those things as I'm reading it.
Yeah, and I think that information was mostly in the packet, it looked like.
It was in the application, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's right at the top, a lot of it, like it's like right in that very top that, 24 for the Hummer event.
Yep, 24 participants.
And I looked down and.
So they've been running this for, oh, go ahead, Sarah, I'm sorry.
Oh, I think one interesting piece of information is that they just applied on August 22nd for this, and it's happening next week or the week. I don't know. So this is where I'm like, I'm going to vote no.
I can provide some background on that, which is totally kind of on the applicant. Rachel did. We basically found out about this because of the special recreation permit process with the BLM, because we've been increasingly transparent with all of their processes. So they notified us of that event, or Rachel, I should say. Rachel notified the event applicant in the last couple months. I don't know exactly when, but the event organizer, my understanding was like, I'm going out of town and I'll get back to this on this day, which was the day that the package was due last week. And the attorney did work with the code compliance officer to send a cease and desist letter to enforce compliance with the application process. That obviously led to them completing the application. So obviously Rachel did put a lot of effort into getting this together for the processes in place.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that if we're gonna have a website that says, please apply 120 days in advance, and we have this process, that it's up to the applicant to do that. And this gives us like very little time to turn it around and creates hustle. And I think the only way that we can send that message is to actually just start denying things. I don't know, so that's where I have very little patience for, even though this is a small event, Hummers are huge and have a big impact on our trails. And I don't know, I just like to start drawing a line somewhere with motorized events. And this one, since it was completely non-compliant in our permitting process and didn't even allow us to evaluate it in a timely manner, it just adds to the reasons why I think it should be denied.
Thank you, Sarah. Mary, it looked like you, or I'm sorry, go ahead, Kevin.
So it was not clear to me from the agenda summary, and maybe August addressed it, but I didn't hear it. So why was this, did something change that they didn't need a special event permit in the past and now they do?
I'd like to weigh in on that because the agenda summary is incorrect. And I've talked about this with Rachel so many times. The definition of a special event has not changed. There is 100-person trigger in there. It's always been in there. There's also always been language in there that a special event permit is required on public lands and public property. So this event was always required to be permitted. I'm not saying there wasn't confusion somewhere, whether that was at the BLM or the county with prior staff about whether this event needed to be, or whether they got any advice. I don't know any of that, but the definition has not changed. This event always needs to be permitted. And this is the first year where years before, right? Pre-COVID, we worked really well with the BLM and our special event permitting, and then that dropped off the last couple of years. And now we've picked it back up. It's been really great working with Todd Murdoch. And so he and Rachel have been working really closely to make sure that each one of them have the same list of special events that are occurring. So we got notice through the BLM. They were notified. They were very lackadaisical about getting the application in as soon as they were notified. And we did have to send them a cease and desist letter, after which they immediately submitted the application.
No they were lackadaisical with us or with the BOM or both?
I only know on our end, so I'm not sure the BLM process.
Okay.
So
this is,
they never had a prior special events permit with Grant County before for any of their events? Okay. Kevin, right.
okay, so if I've got this right, this is a relatively small special event. They should have been getting special event permits from Grant County a long time ago, probably. And now, only recently have they applied.
One thing I think, and I've made this point, but I haven't seen any changes to our special event permit application. I think it's vague whether the question about the number of participants for motorized events is for vehicles or for people. And that, I think that'd be a pretty easy change to make to our application to clarify that. By our ordinance, it's participants. But for example, here, is this 24 people and 6 vehicles, or is this 24 vehicles, with 2 to 4 people? I don't know, just some food for that.
Yeah, I mean, I'd read participants as people personally, but.
So I share some of Sarah's concerns about, I mean, I am very tired of approving these special events one at a time, but my understanding is that we're going to be transitioning to a better system, very soon. Maybe we're going to discuss it next meeting. So I'm not inclined to vote against this because it's small. But I don't know, this might be the last meeting that I haven't voted in favor of any kind of special event until we switch over to the new system, I think. So I'll back Sarah up, at least in that weak way. So.
Anybody else care to make a comment or make a motion?
I'll move to approve the special event permit for the 2022 Hummer Club event pursuant of ordinance number 643. I agree with Sarah. I mean, the teacher in me, wants to say, no, you didn't follow the rules. You were supposed to put this in and you chose not to. You even procrastinated. But the person who's concerned about the businesses in town this summer looks at this as an opportunity, that people that own Hummers have a lot of money. And they're going to come in and they're going to spend some money, and quite a bit of money. And I think with the economy facing the way it is, I feel like a Jekyll and Hyde right now, because there's part of me that just really wants to say you didn't follow the rules, you got an F. But then there's the part of me that says, but by doing that, I'm going to hurt the rest of the class or everybody else that is needing the financial boost this summer. So that's why I'm approving it, or that's why I approve it. That's why I made the motion.
All right,
You didn't get to second.
believe I still don't have a second.
You did.
Okay. Anyone care to second Mary's motion? Kevin?
Is there no other second? Then I'll second it. Sure.
Doesn't look like I have another second. that was a second then?
Yes, I second it.
All right, so I do have a second on the motion, motion by Commissioner McGann and second by Commissioner Walker.
So maybe, I mean, since the lack of a second suggests this might not even pass, I do think I don't know if this is the test case, I'd want to put out there. So it's frustrating, the same way with the opioid settlement, it was frustrating, it was annoying, but voting in favor of that was, I think, better than the alternatives. And I think in a similar way, approving this special event, especially since it's quite small, I don't want this to be the poster child of us turning down events. I'd rather make those kinds of decisions within our future process where we're saying that, we're not approving events A and B because we think events C and D are better fits for our community.
Yeah, I'm not stoked about this either, but I think I would tend to approve for some of the reasons Kevin and Mary also said. And also that it sounds like there was a bit of confusion on the front end. But I'm not, I'm lukewarm at best, I guess. And anyone else care to comment before I call for a vote? All right. Sure, you can weigh in, Mallory.
I would say, and this isn't tied to the decision at hand, but actually at the next meeting, I hope to, if Christina's time, to be able to bring a proposal to you all, not just for some support options with special events, but with an actual proposed qualifier for events that come to you all upfront to review, but on that quarterly basis and an implementation. So if that gets to you at the next meeting, know something is in the works, so hopefully you guys won't end up in this position.
That would be really nice.
It would, yeah.
Be really, really nice. Really.
All right, so I have a motion to approve by Commissioner McGinn and a second by Commissioner Walker. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye. And I can't see Kevin. He's not, okay.
Aye. Yes.
Thanks, Kevin. All those opposed, raise your hand, say aye. It looks like the motion fails on a 3-3 vote with Commissioners Stockadine and Kovash in opposition. Thank you. And we'll move on to item 12N. Approval of special event permit for the 2022 Blazer Bash. August Grant.
Yeah, so it's similar. Again, I'll just read Rachel's agenda summary here, and Mallory or Christina, if there's anything missing out here, please fill in. I'll try to add some other things, some reference points. This will be the first year that the Blazer Bash has applied for a special event permit. It has been occurring since 2000, but did not require a permit per the previous definition of special event. Maybe that's where Christina would disagree. This event lasts 3 days and we'll be using the following trails: Steel Bender, Schaefer, Switchbacks, The Pickle, Poison Spider, Pritchett, Golden Spike, Kane Creek, Hell's Revenge, Bob Rim. The event pack has been reviewed and approved by the Special Event Advisory Committee and all referral agencies. Some additional notes: it's about 100 people. Get those strategic safari trails. We catered barbecue at Old City Park. City of Moab does not require a permit for that. They will be renting sat phones while they're on the trail, on good terms with BLM. And again, as a result of interagency collaboration with the BLM on the SRP process. And then I didn't note this before, but these are the last of the motorized events from our office that are scheduled for the rest of this year. And that should be the last of the events that need approval for the rest of the year. I just found an additional note on that, of which the last applies. And then additional notes. I think that's all.
I don't see that we have a compliance certificate of insurance. I see additional insured with the BLM and Sitla, but not Grand County. Do you know anything about that, August?
Are you referring to the COI?
Yes, and I also see that Chrissy has a check back. Chrissy hopped by to my office, but Chrissy told me she did not approve this one as complete because the COI was missing and also because of the late submission to the commission.
I would add that I did not also approve this, though it is checked that I did.
Well, I cannot speak to that personally.
And that was at the Special Events Committee, Josie?
Yeah, the intent to apply process and kind of goes through
Right, okay, thanks. And it looks like they're planning on, the event's planning on starting in 3 days.
Yeah, it's like the application, Blazer Bash event dates is September 9th through the 11th.
Now, why was it put in so late?
I don't know when the application date was. I can check that.
It was not 120 days. I believe it was sometime in the summer.
And you said they've been running this since 2000. But
I think a lot of the intent portion of the process was in June, but there were a lot of incomplete things. And at one point it seemed like they were going to cancel the event and then it kind of got resurrected. So there was just a lot of sort of stuttering. And
So I think both of these events are examples of, Rachel trying her best to get these event holders to the finish line before their event happens.
And I have June 6th as the first time they've filled out the intent.
Gotcha.
Because I have a question on this too, which kind of goes to the previous one, is it is unclear in this process whether participants is vehicles or whether it's total people, because my recollection with this application is that he was only counting drivers and not passengers in their registration process. So we had no way of knowing actual total numbers of people. So again, I'm a little confused as to, how to assess the size of this event.
Also, is there any intel on why they hadn't applied before for a permit? It's like a sizable event.
I think there's a lot of events that have flown under the radar in the past that are just being picked up because of our increased scrutiny.
Got it. So traditionally they hadn't done this. They're a little bit lackadaisical about it just because it hadn't been required before.
I think both events are in good standing with the BLM, have been
Right,
around
okay.
for 20 years and have had no issues. So I think that is a no. We haven't heard about them because they've been small enough to not cause problems, at least with the BLM.
Yeah.
And so they haven't gone through our processes.
Yeah. And then they run the event with similar numbers that they're looking at this year. Do you know at all?
No idea.
Right. I'm trying to recall if I ever noticed a whole bunch of blazers in town in the past, but I don't think I have. I have a question in light of the last vote. What happens to an event like this if it is denied?
Yeah,
I actually don't know. Mallory, Christina?
Friday. It doesn't happen.
Yeah, like basically,
I-
they're not permitted and they get a cease and desist, I would assume.
Right.
Right,
Christina,
and
you know about that?
They could appeal.
Yeah.
if they choose, obviously, we would notify them right away that they were not approved and don't have authority legally to conduct this event. If they proceed, then we have numerous options. There's civil enforcement with civil fines, including a $10,000 a day fine, which of course we would notify them about. There's also criminal penalties, but probably our most efficient and most impactful tool is that their SRP is contingent on compliance with local law. So if they proceed to hold this special event in violation of local law, rather than trying to stop it this year, which requires a lot of law enforcement presence, we would likely document it and notify the BLM and ask the BLM to cancel their SRP permit, which are 10-year permits. So that's a really big deal. So typically a permittee would not risk losing a 10-year permit to conduct an illegal event, but it could happen.
Thank you,
So
Christina. Yeah, Kevin.
I had a comment, and this is kind of general, I mean, it applies to the previous agenda item and also this one. I do think that if we start denying special events, there's going to be a lot of scrutiny from various quarters. And I think people have presented, good reasons like, they were lackadaisical or whatever. But I think, within hopefully just a small number of weeks, we're going to have a process that will make our, I don't want to call them denials, but our selecting certain events but not others, put it on much stronger ground from a persuasive point of view. And I would much rather spend my time, I think I said this on the previous one, I'd much rather spend my time defending the fact that we could only approve a certain number of events in this month and we chose these and not some others. That's a really easy type of decision to defend. I think trying to shut someone down because they missed a deadline or almost missed a deadline or something, or we're just cranky because staff hasn't given us a new process yet, that's a lot harder to defend. And even though it might be a little emotionally satisfying to vote on something like that, I think it'll come back to bite us. And so I think just being, as you guys know, I'm as strong an advocate as anyone for changing the way we do special events and for pointing out that special events are a privilege, not a right, and not everyone can expect to get them, even if they've had them in the past. You know, we're going to do what we think is best for the community. But I think that whole long-range program of special event permitting reform would go better if we choose our test cases more carefully. And these, to me, don't seem like the ideal test cases.
I hear that, Kevin. It like really drives me crazy that this is next week and like people probably already made their plans, and like it makes me feel like we're put in a really hard position to do what our community has been asking us to do, which is give increased scrutiny. But I agree that we're coming up with a process, and these folks at least applied 3 months instead of 4 before the deadline. But I mean, that's a little bit different from the last applicants, which we had given warning and just didn't prioritize getting a permit. I don't know. Whatever.
August,
Yeah,
is
but-
it
but
my, oh, I just had a clarifying question. Is it my understanding that these events don't really go to the commission until they've kind of met a certain threshold of completion for their application? Like what determines that?
That's my understanding, is that that we're only providing complete applications, but obviously I'm not doing that process, so.
Well, this one's not complete either. It doesn't have a COI naming Grand County as additional insured. I did make that point to Rachel. Chrissy made that point to Rachel, and there's
Well,
no insurance that I've seen.
I think that that's kind of the challenge, especially with the ones we have on this agenda, is that rush, and that I don't think everybody did a final review or had that opportunity, to be honest. But right now, how it works is somebody fills out an intent to apply, and that would cover those basics of the who, when, how many, event type. And then from there, that would go to the special event committee for a quick review of, hey, this triggers commission approval, or it can just be approved by this group. This is what they have to do to proceed. But if it triggers commission approval, then they proceed with the entire application, and it doesn't come to you all until the end. And so that's part of the new proposal that you'll see, is that intent to apply. As soon as it comes in, if it's flagged as something that you all would need to approve at the end, it instead will come to you immediately. So they won't have a complete application. It will be that, can we proceed with the full application? And they will put very little time into it. We hope that they are doing that up front, but it should give that ability to say, wait, no, don't even proceed, or to look at the calendar and say, hey, here's our quarterly review. This is what we have going on. This is everything that's been submitted. It can let us see the bigger picture. So I don't know if that's answering it. But yeah, that's kind of also the flaw in it that we will bring before you.
I mean, if we have an incomplete application, why, I don't know, like, why is this?
Is the COI really missing? Because there is one attached. I didn't
Yeah, there's
look.
one in the pack. There's a COI in the packet. So
There are 2 COIs in the packet, and one insures the BLM and one insures SITLA.
No.
She did have the packet or the Blazer Bash COI attachment?
Queen Nest, if you're looking at the packet, or the COI Blazer Bash.
Oh,
But
wait, where's that?
yay. Okay, it's there. Sorry, guys. Nope,
But
I didn't see that separate.
do they have a business license? Sorry.
I also think, just to add something to the special events thing, it would be interesting to know if an applicant has been late every year, or like we've had difficulty in this.
Like a bit of a history of the application.
Yeah, like just a
Right.
note for like what happens every year with this applicant.
I think we talked about that.
I think we're getting in the weeds a little bit on this, and that we're going to have this discussion next week. So maybe sticking to the application at hand.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, I make a motion then.
Great, Kevin.
Find the right place in the packet. So I move to approve the special event permit for the 2022 Blazer Bash pursuant to ordinance number 643.
Thank you. Motion by Commissioner Walker. Do I have a second? Second by Commissioner McGann.
And maybe I'll say something in favor of the motion. Just kind of a variation of what I said before. I'm as eager as anyone to reform the way that we do special events and maybe even change the mixture of special events we approve. But that's going to be a controversial process, and I want to be on really solid footing when we do it. And I think kicking people out for things that are relatively technical, this doesn't seem like the smart strategy to me. I'd rather get our new process that Mallory was outlining in place as fast as we possibly can, which I think means there's a committee doing that wanted to go slower, and I think we overrule them and say nope, it's happening very, very soon. And then we can start making decisions the right way and considering multiple events at once and that kind of thing. I think just being a little bit more patient will, in the long run, produce a better result. So,
yeah, I think that's an important consideration. Thanks for bringing that up, Mary.
Yeah, I'm looking very forward to a better process. And to me, I understand the frustration. I feel it as well. But I think what we end up doing, we're doing two things. One, we're probably the people that are going to be hurt most by this will be the people who have already booked their motel, booked their flight, or whether they'd probably be driving. They've done all of this without any knowledge of our process. And they're the collateral damage. And if we didn't have a special prevent this process in the future, I'd feel differently. But I think the collateral damage, and I'm real concerned about turning down the Hummer. I think the collateral damage we're going to face by not approving these will be people that don't have any part of the process will be be the ones that suffer from it. And then secondly, I believe it's going to open up a can of worms that's going to make it even harder for us. Because if somebody has the process and they can prove that we discriminated against one event over another event, we're putting ourselves in possibility of being liable. They say we spent this much money and you let this event.
We're really not. So I think we need to tighten up this conversation. We have a lot of power and authority under statute to protect the health, safety, and wellness of our residents. And that includes the special event process. And technical requirements are important under law and do provide an additional extremely sound basis for denying applications. So I think we need to tighten up our conversation here.
Okay, thank you, Christina.
Thank you, Christina.
Anyway,
I agree with Christina. I'm certainly not suggesting that we're on shaky legal ground.
Okay.
I don't think that's true at all. But I do think we're on shaky, public opinion / politicals, that kind of ground. And it's kind of like choosing a test case. You want the facts to be as good as possible for the things that are going to get a lot of scrutiny. And I don't think these are the best possible facts for us.
Thanks. Josie, did you have?
Yeah, I mean, I'm having a lot of difficulty with this too, and I definitely understand where both Kevin and Mary are coming from. I think until this meeting, I've really erred on not faulting motorized applications for the lack of clarity in our special events process, just because we have a citizenry that is really asking for us to rein it in and not have so many motorized events, but really, honoring the work that gets put into special events. To me, the Hummer one was so late in the game and clearly had no urgency around falling into compliance with Grand County. The Blazer Bash made a little bit more of an effort, but from being on the inside of the process, I was very frustrated with what felt like a lack of due diligence. And looking at their website, I found a lot of dearth of information, and they only register the vehicles. They don't register participants. So the claim that it's a small event is very, very, very hard to verify because you don't know how many people are actually coming. I feel like a lot of those questions were not answered quickly. I do feel like we've been, as a county, Rachel really has been sort of doing a lot of hand-holding with this event and a lot of events in general. But I think that when it is a motorized event and they're not putting in the due diligence that we would expect, I'm finding myself running up against that threshold of not saying, this is our, this is our model case to take a stand on, but just to really have some standards. And I do see a difference between an event that is really well organized and has been timely and, maybe falls on the wrong side of current appetite for those kinds of events in Grand County, and events that are just not doing their due diligence or showing any sense of urgency around being in compliance with Grand County. And so that's where I'm landing on this.
Trish? Look
Yeah,
like you had
I'm
something to
really
say.
discouraged that these organizers can't comply with, the system. I mean, this event it's on Friday. It starts on Friday. I'm looking at their schedule of events right now. I mean, and so I feel like we have our feet to the fire. We don't have a choice. Right?
It certainly feels that way.
Of course I want to support local businesses. Of course I don't. If somebody's they're probably already driving across the country. So we have our feet to the fire, but I guess what I would like to pass along is, I would hope, and maybe we'll ask Rachel to do this, please have the event organizers watch this portion of the meeting and understand where they're putting us. And I do believe we have, and I hope we're going to pull our events, our social event system. We're going to pull it together, but I don't think this is on us, and I don't think the last one was on us at all. That's really discouraging. That wasn't the most articulate rant. So
we get it.
We've been here for a while.
Yeah, we have been here for a while. If anyone has any last comments before I call for a vote, I'd listen to them. I'd like to call for a vote and get on.
Yep. That's great.
All right, I will. Let's see. We have a motion by Kevin, I believe, and a second by Mary in favor of approval. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye. All those opposed? All right, looks like the motion passes 4-2, and with Commissioner Kovash and Commissioner Stock in opposition.
So Mr. Chair, I'm one, so the last vote, the last motion was very similar, and I noticed that Trish voted differently, and if Trish wanted to, since she was on the prevailing side, she could move to reconsider the last one.
No, I'm not going to reconsider it. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I missed part of what you said, Trish.
Trish said she would not like to consider
Okay,
or
great.
reconsider.
The only
her
reason
vote.
I'm doing this is because it starts on Friday,
Right.
and I feel like
Okay.
that kind of.
Yeah, enough said. Thanks. Yeah, understood. Let's move on to item O, approval of special event permit for the 2022 Mother of All Boogies. August.
We got one more special event for you all tonight.
But it's people jumping out of planes.
It's different. Again, I'll read the agenda summary prepared by Rachel. The Mother of All Boogies has been occurring since 2003 at the Canyonlands Regional Airport, hosted by Skydive Moab. It is a skydiving event that lasts 4 days and will be utilizing the airport as well as SITLA and BLM land surrounding the airport. There will be skydiving during the day and a social gathering in the evening. As part of the agreement for operating at the airport, the event will provide additional restroom facilities, security to monitor participant activities, medical services on site, and a $1,000 deposit as assurance against property damage and additional airport operating costs. The remainder of the deposit is to be refunded if the costs do not exceed the deposit. The event packet has been reviewed by the Special Event Advisory Committee and approved by all referral agencies.
All right, thanks, August. So this This one has been operating since 2003, and it has been permitted by the county
In the past.
in the past, right? Okay.
Correct. And there's been a lot of back and forth on this, but my understanding, and if I miss anything, Christina, please step in here, but is that Tammy runs the airport, she feels comfortable with all of the stipulations that have been put in place to assure that any potential impacts to the airport's operations will be covered. Obviously, there's an insurance concern that Christina can speak of in terms of like, you cannot insure skydivers beyond a certain amount for obvious reasons. And if you have any questions, Christina can answer that piece, but this has been gestating for a long time to try to find like a happy compromise on this. They applied very, 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 very early on in the process. I can't remember exactly when it was, but it's been late June.
Yeah, I do want to weigh in on the stipulations, but that's a good segue because last year we did deny them because they submitted too late, right before the event. And they agreed to work hard for this year, and they did submit early. I'm very frustrated though, because there were supposed to be conditions that aren't here. You do see a couple that were next to Chrissy Hoffein's name. The security is a big one, and we'll get back to that. But, this is the first year they're actually attempting to pay for the cost of the airport to run this event because it is a big impact on airport administration and also our other airport tenants. So there has been conflict over this event and a fair amount of it in the past. But what we decided to do as this back and forth negotiation that August talked about was to create clear conditions, to set clear expectations that hopefully they will meet, and then we'll have no issues going forward. Now, the security is important, but what we don't see here, and I've asked multiple times, and I never got any list of the conditions to review in advance, and I've been asking since the summer for these conditions, are the conditions that the security is supposed to be imposing. So the few things, and we actually had a meeting with the FAA over this event. That's how impactful this event has been on the airport administration. And, the issues that were brought up by the airport manager were landside. So that's, your customer parking, right? Your customer parking and enforcement and partying and camping and all those things that have occurred in our parking lot in the past. And we don't have any conditions related to, any of this parking behavior, landside parking behavior. The other issue is airside parking problems, where so many people come in that other tenant hangars are blocked up, and there's not a free flow of traffic and other activity through the airport. And there's no condition here about that, which we had talked about a condition related to that. Another one was pedestrian access, right? Every single person who opens the gate on the air side has to, and this is an FAA requirement and a very strong, important one for our own liability, has to have clearance. And that had, the way pedestrians were moved on the air side in the past had been very chaotic and haphazard. And it was hard for airport administration to determine who was with an authorized person and who wasn't. And that's not addressed here. And then the other one are particularly alcohol, but drugs and alcohol. Because we have so many private tenants at the airport, we have pretty weak language about drugs and alcohol, and it does allow alcohol in any way, specifically in airport hangars. And I was expecting to see a condition we had talked about no alcohol, even in the Skydive Moab hangar. So I don't know what to do about this. I can appreciate that Skydive Moab has worked hard on this. I can appreciate the history of this event, and it is a local event. But I'm very frustrated again that our special event process has failed. I'm very frustrated.
Christina, by the conditions, are you referring to the ones that are in the intent process or different conditions? Because I see conditions for approval being security, EMS on site, and a deposit.
Mm-hmm. What we had talked about early on, around the time of the FAA meeting, was that these would be written conditions that would be attached to the permit. So developed language that would go through legal review. And then the security that they're paying for was a critical part of their own security enforcing the written conditions. But without the written conditions, what is their security enforcing? We do have minimum standards and we do have rules and regulations, but those address normal airport activity. They don't address a skydiving festival. And they don't address the numbers that you see as part of this event that have created the administrative issues and burdens in the past that created conflict with this event. So there are no conditions here that are addressing the issues.
Question for August.
Sure.
Or Ben or whoever can answer it for me. You know, I know the administration has been very frustrated in the past, but you said earlier, right, that Tammy is comfortable with the conditions that have been put in place now?
That's my understanding, that that list of conditions that Christina is speaking to doesn't exist. Tammy feels good about it, per my understanding. I don't want to speak for Tammy, of course, but that's per my correspondence with Rachel. And that, I'm not sure why.
I got confused, I'm sorry. So you said
there's a letter from Tammy in the packet approving it. So I don't know if these conditions are some other place. I don't know if Tammy has discussed them with the permittee, but why aren't they here?
Don't know the answer to that question.
And we don't have the person that would know the answer to that question. I know you know, it would be nice. I know you hate conditions, but I'm wondering if we could approve it on the conditions that they're somewhere that they show that the applicants have addressed.
Yeah, Tammy's approved list that.
Yeah, that there is a list out there that Tammy has approved. Is that what I'm saying? Or it's getting late, guys. We've been doing this. There's conditions. Yeah, could I know we don't like conditional, but I'm going to do it. I'm doing it. I move to approve the special event permit for the 2022 Mother of All Boogies pursuant of ordinance number 643 under the condition that the director of the airport presents the conditions that have been discussed.
How does that sound to you, Christina?
I would rather be subject to county attorney approval because I'm the bad cop. Tammy's got to work with Skydive Moab, right?
Okay, so on condition of county attorney approval, I will modify. I will repeat it so that we can get it in the minute.
Great.
Great.
Thank you, Mary.
You got it. Oh,
Gabe looks confident. So,
Gabe's confident.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner McGann to approve pending attorney approval of conditions that may exist. Great. Do I have a second?
I will second that.
Okay, second by Commissioner Kovash. Further discussions?
I had a comment if unless Mary was going to say something first. Okay. I'm actually not in favor of this. And I acknowledge this is a locally organized event that's in its favor and that they started the application, well ahead of time, which is better than some applicants do. But, I think it's really important to choose events that are, less disruptive for our community. And I think, motorized air stuff that's, I think in terms of the ratio of people disturbed by noise versus people benefiting, it's like one of the worst forms of recreation around here. And so in previous discussions, we sometimes worry about too many motorized events, meaning things with wheels. I assume that that's just sloppy talk, and what they really mean is, too many events that are, have caused, disruption to the community. And I think this type of event is a really bad example. So I guess I don't think we should be encouraging events that involve helicopters, skydiving, planes, all this stuff at all. So I'm not in favor of it.
All right, thank you, Kevin. The skydiving event takes place right over the airport, correct? We don't
Go anywhere else.
we don't have significant increased air traffic over the city or.
Well, it does reference a Gemini Bridges drop, and then it also has a COI that I think they're insuring Grand County for the airport, but also BLM and Sitla for other drop zones. It mentions it in the application.
I've been out in areas that are not particularly close to the airport, but that's at least the main skydiving. Skydiving planes are quite noisy, and their noise footprint is pretty wide. So even if it's near the airport, to me, that's it's the equation of people annoyed versus people benefiting just doesn't come out in favor of it.
And how many days? It looks like the event takes place over the course of the start date is the 15th and the breakdown date is the 19th. So it'd be 4 days roughly of jumps. Is that right?
Sounds right.
Okay, gotcha. Anyone? Yeah, do you have a comment, Trish? Or?
No, we were just stating that, when we try to get on the site plan and the route map, we can't open any of those. Documents and look in. That is correct, right?
Yeah.
We can't actually see the site plan.
And the SRP, it describes, so this is the BLM's SRP, it includes approved areas of operation to be mineral bottom and the Gemini Bridges landing zone.
I was able to download the site plan. It's an image.
Okay.
Which was the other one you couldn't get access to? The BLM and SIPA comments?
Yeah, it just takes me to this Civics Plus website,
Yeah,
but then I have to log in.
Okay, yeah, they do exist. It's just, you're just being redirected because the files live on the website.
Does anyone know if there's been increased noise complaints during this event in past years, if it's been happening for almost 20 years?
The noise complaints I'm aware of are the rave parties, not the skydiving.
The rave parties, you said, Christina?
Yeah.
All right. In town or at the airport?
I was wondering about the nightly events, what
They're-
that meant.
The ones I've had complaints about are on public lands.
On public lands?
Yeah, north of town.
Okay.
I agree with Kevin in the sense that I know that air motorized traffic is a big deal, especially for people in the backcountry and wilderness areas and around town, but maybe not specifically for this event. But I do think that, like Commissioner Walker argued in the previous few agenda items, that if in the future, as we are evaluating special events, we could give more notice that we're considering that to, like, if August has been talking to these folks since last November about this, and the issue has never come up and we've never given them any inkling that noise might be an issue, as opposed to perhaps some of the other motorized events that we've been scrutinizing. I think it's happening in a week and a half or this weekend, and I think that we should approve it this time, but I do think it should be a part of the discussion, the impact that this event has on noise and people in this area in the future.
Yeah, it looks like setup's a week from tomorrow. But yeah, I think that's a good point, Sarah. Yeah. Any other discussion? I do have a motion on the table by Mary and a second by Josie. All right, seeing none, I'll call for a vote on the motion. All those in favor of the motion to approve with conditions, raise your hand, say aye. All those opposed? Looks like the motion passes 5-1 with Commissioner Walker opposed. Thank you, guys.
I'm really excited about the next agenda item, and I'm being serious.
Yeah, it looks like this one should.
All right, folks.
It's a good one. Item P, Economic Development Event Grant Awards, and back to August.
Awesome. Okay. This is the fun carrot side of special events. So This is the special event grant process that we have run through the Travel Council Board in the past. We've modified it and shifted it around. Y'all have approved the new guidelines in past meetings. And this represents the awarding of the kind of remaining currently budgeted amount for the special event grant. Keep in mind, we did approve a community event grant piece. This is not the community event grant piece. This is targeting events that are going to drive visitation within the context of the priorities. So as of July 22nd, there were unallocated funds in the budget designated for the event grant. In response, the Economic Development Department reopened the application period. The Travel Council Advisory Board approved 2 applications through this program. There is sufficient budget for these awards. These grants are eligible under the currently approved guidelines. The first is the 2022 Moab Canyons Endurance Ride for $3,000. The second is the 2022 Red Canyon Powwow for $18,300. The Economic Development Department has asked the County Commission to approve the aforementioned grants. A letter from the Travel Council Board Chair is attached, as well as the application for the Endurance Ride, the grant contract for the Endurance Ride, an application for the powwow, and a grant contract for the powwow, as well as an updated budget sheet as the budget that they put into their application is inaccurate.
Thanks, August. Yeah. Yes, Mary.
I make a motion to approve the dispersal of funds in the Moab Canyon Endurance Ride and the Red Canyon Powwow as recommended by the Travel Council Advisory Board.
Thank you. I have a motion.
I will second.
All right. Motion by Mary and a second by Josie. Discussion?
I just think this is very exciting. And I think the powwow has been, for me, one of the most, exciting and refreshing events to come to town, and an example of what I would love to see more of in this community. And so it feels really good to support.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I took my kids to the powwow last year and absolutely loved it, and they're looking forward to checking it out again this year. So that's a great event to have and support, and the other ones as well. So thanks. All right, I will call for a vote on the motion. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. And that one passes unanimously, 6-0. Excellent. Thank you, guys. bit of a marathon. We'll move on to item Q, repealing and replacing the Budget Advisory Board duties and functions to include the treasurer as a permanent board member, Chris Baird, Strategic Development Director.
Thank you. So this is just changing one of the positions from a revolving elected official to treasurer permanently. We have another slot that's also revolving department head, so I think that got that covered. It's actually an elected official and a department head. In this case, I think it's more important to have the treasurer to be a permanent board member myself, because they're so important to the financial matters of the county. So this resolution just changes that. That's it, and changes council to commission.
Right, that makes perfect sense to me. Yes, Sarah.
I move to approve the ordinance repealing and replacing ordinance 572, the Grand County Budget Advisory Board duties and functions, to replace the term limited elected official position with the Grand County Treasurer as a permanent board member.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
All right, motion by Commissioner Stock, second by Commissioner Hadeen. Any comment or discussion? Seeing none, we'll call for a vote on the motion. All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
Yes.
And again, I can't. Kevin,
yes.
That was okay. Thanks, Kevin. That passes 6-0. And back to August. I think this one was just added, right? Or
no, well, yeah. Could
right.
switch this around, but
Gotcha. Okay, up to agenda item R, First Amendment to the Independent Contractor Agreement between Grant County and Love Communications for the purposes of authorizing $25,000 to be spent on the development of creative assets and marketing materials.
awesome. Okay, so this is I'll just read off. I wrote this. I'll just read it out. background here. So the Grand County Economic Development Department requests that the Grand County Commission approve an amendment to the independent contractor agreement between Grand County and Love Communications, which was signed earlier this year. The amendment expands the scope of work and payment sections of the agreement so that the Economic Development Department can pay for needed creative services as documented in the attached scope proposal document. Although the proposal estimates a maximum cost of $23,000, the Economic Development Department at $2,000 to the maximum spend on this service to cover unexpected costs. One change to this that I can speak to is that we have an updated proposal to include some of the additional marketing that we'll be discussing at the end of this meeting that could potentially be acted upon at the September 20th meeting. And so I would request that we revise the number on here from 25,000 to 32,000. So include that in the motion would be what I would additionally request, and can speak to why that is. As will be separately discussed during this meeting, we are requesting a budget amendment to be considered at the September 20th, 2022 Commission meeting that would authorize a marketing campaign to be launched as soon as possible. In order to move quickly on that campaign, Love Communications has put together a creative brief that would direct the production of these creative marketing materials. County Commissioners Jacques Hadler, Sarah Stock, Travel Council Advisory Board Chair Jenny Gleason, Strategic Development Director Chris Baird, and Economic Development staff approved the final creative brief, which is attached for reference. So at a high level, basically, this allows Love to start doing work on the creative that needs to be kind of ready upon the approval of the marketing spend that we're going to discuss later and potentially on the 20th. And then if we don't kind of approve this up to amount that we can then bill out of the services, that we're basically asking them to do some free work for us until we have to authorize that grant. So it's really just a lead time issue. So we're just modifying an additional existing contract, adding a separate line item that's up to $32,000 spent. Yeah. So I would basically, the suggested motion changes the 25,000 to 32,000.
Changes to what?
32,000. Right. Got it. Thanks, August. Any questions for August?
I move to approve the First Amendment to the independent contract agreement between Grand County and Love Communication for the purpose of authorizing $32,000 to be spent on the development of creative assets and marketing materials.
Thanks, Mary.
I'll second that.
All right, motion by Commissioner McGann and second by Commissioner Hedin. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye. And the motion passes 6-0. Great, we're at the, we are now to our consent agenda. Consent agenda items. Is that right? Consent agenda item 13A, specialized services agreement between Grand County Weeds Department and Utah State University, Utah Conservation Corps for fiscal year 2023. Agenda item, consent agenda item 13B, ratify letter for Manti La Salle National Forest, SC hydrologic function and rehabilitation and restoration, ratifying request for assistance, or I'm sorry, item 13C, ratifying request for assistance for resources for disaster relief cleanup. Consent agenda item 13D, ratifying request for assistance from Team Rubicon for disaster relief cleanup. Do you have a motion?
Move to accept the consent agenda.
I'll second that.
All right, motion by Mary to accept the consent agenda and second by Trish. Any discussion on the consent agenda? Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor of accepting the consent agenda? And it looks like that passes 6-0.
Were you just stretched, Mary? Mary was like, yeah, hold up, like she was the back row.
5 hours in these chairs already.
Especially with my short legs.
All right, we're at the end of our action items and we're on to our discussion items. Discussion 14A, discussion on expanding direct marketing, economic diversification programming, related financial updates, special events coordination needs, and associated budget amendment. Chris Baird and August Granith, as well as Ben Alter.
Yeah, Ben's gonna sit on the bench and we'll call him up.
All right,
Pinch hit on
perfect.
this one. I'll just go ahead and just read the agenda summary and then we can go from there. The Grand County Economic Development Department intends to initiate a budget amendment process to supplement the tourism promotion and economic diversification funds of its budget for the 2022 budget year. This budget amendment, if approved, would increase the 2022 tourism promotion budget by approximately $550,000 and the diversification budget by approximately $500,000. For the sake of today's discussion, the Economic Development Department estimates that it would spend some of the additional tourism promotion funds on the following. Approximately $550,000 for a fall 2022 marketing campaign to be executed by Love Communications. This campaign can be broken out into two components. A $500,000 campaign that focuses on capturing visitors from nearby markets who are reducing the quantity and duration of fall road trip travel as a result of inflationary pressures such as high gas prices, recession concerns, and increasing availability of post-pandemic international travel. And a $50,000 fall 2022 campaign that focuses on international visitors from Canada, the UK, Germany, France, Belgium, Netherlands, Australia, and New Zealand. These markets have been selected based on the recommendation of the Utah Office of Tourism's international team upon discussion of our goals for visitors with a high economic impact with a low environmental and community impact. The above campaigns would be in addition to a county commission approved and contracted $300,000 fall 2022 campaign that will drive visitors from relevant markets to fly into Moab via Kane Regional Airport. Lastly, the Economic Development Department has plans to request funds to continue these campaigns through 2023 during the budget request process this fall. The Economic Development Department intends to call for this amendment in part due to below average TRT collections and visitation to Moab, which has created financial losses for many of our community's businesses. Tax data provided by Strategic Development Director Chris Baird shows slight drops in TRT tax collections, while Visa Destination Insights data accessed by Economic Development Specialist Ben Alter show that despite a strong start to 2022, visitor spending is overall down in comparison to 2021. The Economic Development Department intends to spend some of the additional economic diversification funds on the following, adding approximately $500,000 to the Sustainable and Resilient STAR Business Grant Program. Because of the previously described economic concerns, the Economic Development Department would like to request the suspension of the rules and a vote the night of the public hearing, which we're looking to do on September 20th during this budget amendment process. I say it later, so that these programs can start as soon as the conclusion of the September 20th, 2022 County Commission meeting. This allowed the Economic Development Department to launch the fall advertising campaigns during a key trip planning window and get much needed support to our local businesses via the STAR Grant Program. And can answer any questions about numbers related to budget and taxes. And I'm happy to speak to visitation numbers, both of which are attached to this.
So yeah, I think, one of the things that prompted me to suggest doing this to the Economic Development Department was just looking at our kind of comparing our fund balance that we have in the transient room tax. We had two different fund balances, one for the mitigation side, one for the promotional side, diversification side. That adds up to about $3,735,000. And if I, crank the literal interpretation of code, the limit that would be found in code, which is 50% of annual revenue through November, and look at a revised projection using the figures that we have for TRT. We look at collecting around $8 million this year total. But if you just go through November, as the code suggests, the limit would be 3.7 million. We're about 31,000 over that already. We've also only spent a third of our economic development budget, and we're 2/3 of the way through the year. So it's making me pretty nervous. I definitely don't want to go out of compliance with state law, that's for sure. So that's one major issue right there. The other issues are, as August suggested, we're seeing some cooling of the economy. a lot relative to 2021, but relative to, you know, long-term trends, not that much, you know, a little bit under the longer-term trends in TRT collections for May and June. Those by themselves wouldn't really concern me that much. What does concern me is a very high inflation rate, 8 to 9% right now, over the last few months, which would essentially nullify any average growth that we'd see. Because normally, you know, we'd see 8 to 9% growth and 2 to 3% inflation. And so you still end up, you know, with seeing some growth in the economy. But when inflation is 9%, 8 to 9%, it kind of eats up most of the growth you'd expect to see on average. That means that, you know, it's going to be difficult to do COLAs. It's going to be difficult to, you know, make purchases next year because inflation affects all of the commodities that we purchase. There's a myriad of reasons why inflation is a big problem, not just for us, but for everybody out in our economy. So that's a big issue, I think. But also looking at Lisa View and some of the statistics that Ben provided in the packet show also some downward trends. So all these things combined lead me to, you know, present to this issue to the Economic Development Department and ask them to work with Loves on a proposal for you all to consider. So that's kind of the genesis of it there. I think if there ever a time, you know, to consider bumping up promotional and diversification efforts, now is that time. You know, there's a lot of factors leading into making that decision.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. And we've had quite a bit of email discussion as well, and you guys have provided great numbers and data to back up what you're saying. I agree with you. I think it is a good time as someone who sees business come and go. I can't say it hasn't been hard the last couple of months, and I see that and I hear that from the business community as well. And I think we also have an opportunity to control our messaging, which I think is very important. And we do have a great responsible recreation, a robust responsible recreation program, a trail ambassador program, so that we can mitigate tourism's impact now in ways that we weren't able to do before, which is hugely important. So yeah.
So I think part of just this discussion is, for one, you know, get the feeling of whether or not you as a commission support the concept in general. And if you do support it, to go further to try to give some, you know, your ideas, what you want to see in terms of expanded promotion, because we've been working with Loves and they'll have their ideas.
Yeah.
And then, you know, I got some word from other commissioners that they might have ideas as well, that they, you know, may want to see a variety of options come before you. And so I'm, you know, trying to get some feedback to August and Ben and Melissa about, you know, what they should be preparing for next time. It's a little complicated, you know, because I sent out an email trying to explain it, but I know it's probably hard to understand. But it's kind of an issue that goes both directions. So we're going to have to decrease this and our 2022 annual budget by about $850,000. For across, most of it's in mitigation. So
but that could be pulled from the fund balance.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. So we could pull that money out of the fund balance. So we can say, well, let's keep the budget the same, pull the money out of the fund balance. And we can do this for economic development. We don't have that much money for the mitigation side. We only have about $280,000 in the bank for mitigation and like 530 or something thousand in reduction. That's probably going to occur. But on the economic development side, you know, we could spend down the fund balance, which we need to do anyway, just by maintaining the budget. And then we would go in and add more to it, one-time expenses, expanded programming, you know, again, for the purposes we've already discussed. So it's kind of going two different directions, but it's necessary for it to happen that way, where we're decreasing the 2022 annual projection and adjusting for that, and then pulling more money out of the bank to spend, you know, to one, make that budget work that we established at the beginning of the year, and two, to deal with some cooling of the economy, high inflation, lower visitation, et cetera.
Yes, I think for us, like what we're working on with Love right now is that we have that $500,000 drive market campaign. We've added this $50,000 international focus. We already have this fly market campaign. They have a creative brief that they're working on to help scope out, this range of messaging that is including, arts and culture opportunities, kind of that scientific, ecological, natural history component, and the kind of bread and butter outdoor recreation piece, kind of as a mix, all kind of authentically representing our community rather than selling like a more plastic version of the community. And that's certainly the goal. So all of this is around that kind of creative vision. And, I hope that starting with the way that creative brief process went and getting some initial feedback before, it's almost like similar to the special event process where in the past, it's like these things have been produced and then the commission sees them late in the process and like, well, that's not really what it felt like we were asking for. And so hopefully that this process of getting folks engaged really often and early addresses those concerns. And I think, as Chris pointed out, like anything that y'all would like to see at the September 20th meeting or in discussions beforehand or modifications or anything you want to see from Love or our department, I would love to entertain those thoughts or questions or asks.
Jason.
I actually think you just kind of encapsulated what I would ask for, at least broadly, very well. I do think that there's like a little whiplash still of just what spending in the past has done to Grand County. And I know for me, sometimes I'm just like, I have an initial resistance to spending large sums of money just on promotional budgeting because it has done so much damage in the past. But I think there's been such a sea change in what is now the Economic Development and Diversification Department. And I really trust you guys to kind of hear us repeatedly and hear the community repeatedly that we want to see better promotion of what Moab actually is and not the theme park that a lot of people have imposed on us. And so I don't really have a lot of specifics. I think you just really addressed it and I trust you guys with that.
Yeah, and it's in pursuit of a longer term strategic planning process. I think we're going to do a rebranding process and really have a visual and written copy kind of voice and language and media content that captures all of that in a real way, but in a way that's like exciting and fun and still is like Moab is a rad place to be.
Is that coming from Love?
Bits and pieces. Nothing's been. There's no contract in place. They've pitched what their branding process looks like, but we could do branding process with somebody else or.
Okay, so that's not.
That's not in the contract at the moment. And I mean, we could include that in the scope of projects to begin this year, but I see the strategic planning, which we've kind of been scoping out for a long time, to start this year, and that would be part of this year's budget, and then the branding process and website redesign, redoing the travel guides and all that kind of stuff, and that new visual language to start next year. That makes sense.
So I had a question for August. In the past, we discussed the idea of running, messaging or at least major messaging themes by the county commission before it went out into the wild. I'm guessing that's not officially in place yet.
I don't think there's any policy besides the responsible recreation and education.
Okay. But I do think it's kind of crucially important here since it's a big ad buy. So would it be reasonable, at least for this campaign, to run the messaging by the commission before it becomes final and actually goes out?
Yeah, I think if you or another commissioner kind of proposed a process that you think worked really well, or I can communicate that with you. That can be a part of what is approved at the September, or considered, I should say, at the September 20th meeting. I certainly think that the process that we went through with a creative brief, where we're continuing to communicate every step of the way, so that there's full transparency and collaboration. you know. So yeah.
I just think I think it could be basic, it's up to the commission to say if we want changes, but then we should be able to monitor the process early enough that it's practical to make those changes.
Yeah, so y'all will see the creative throughout the whole process, where we're placing stuff, the whole media plan, the marketing strategy top to bottom. And Love is more than happy to answer any technical questions. Why are you advertising in that particular medium? I mean, they're the experts on it. And that's why we contract with them to pick those things.
Is the creative side of all coming from Love or?
For this, for the sake of expediency on this campaign, we are using their creative services as just approved by the commission. For now, at least. And so, and that's in large part because we don't kind of have like a new visual language at this point, or a new brand. So how are we going to put out some new stuff that still captures the essence of where we're wanting to go, so that we're not having to like shift gears come next year and beyond. They are going to do all the creative for these campaigns that we're discussing.
Because I would very much echo also what has been said in the past, which is utilizing local creative talent as much as possible in the future. I think would be fantastic, and it would keep a lot of those funds local, which would be great.
Totally. Yeah, and I think that there's room for they are obviously coordinating the creative, but if there's sub-content or pieces of sub-creative that can be outsourced, that can all be discussed for sure. And maybe that's a future-looking thing when we have time.
So I also had a technical question for Chris about his initial remarks, and this involves the fund balance limits. I think if I understood you correctly, Chris, there was some kind of ambiguity, and we can interpret the current year as either running through November or an estimate for the entire year. So which of those did you use in deciding how much we need to spend?
Well, I mean, I didn't. There's multiple interpretations. One interpretation, they use the term fiscal year, and so if you were to interpret that as the state's fiscal year, which they sometimes do, then that would mean that the taxes collected from July to October are the only ones that count. That'd be almost nothing. Well, it wouldn't be nothing, but it would be, very low amount. And then if we could only have 50% of that, then we, be way over. There's other sections of that very same code, 1731, that the reporting requirements are related to fiscal year also, but the Attorney General's office is applying that it's related to the state's fiscal year. So, I mean, long story short on that is that I need to get with Christina and probably our auditors and try to figure out an interpretation of that so that I can calculate what the limit is. It's not very clear right now. But I calculated it based on 50% of collections from January to October.
So I guess my suggestion is, if there is ambiguity, we should try to use that in our favor, especially since there's no explicit penalties for violating this thing. And at a minimum, I think we should use the estimate of January through December. I don't think it makes sense to use January through October. That it goes against the logic of other parts of the code.
So my calculations, the 3.7 million limit, are based on January through October. 50% of collections from January through October, which is, interpreting the code that the fiscal year is our fiscal year, the calendar year, not the state's fiscal year.
Yeah, but still, since other parts of the code are trying to compare different fiscal years, and that comparison wouldn't make sense if one year is a full year and one only runs through October.
No, you're misunderstanding, Kevin.
Sorry.
There's nothing in the code at all that mentions a full year. The two interpretations would be either January through October or July through October.
Why is that?
No, because I'm talking about section, I think it's 2C1 or something, but if something's more than 50% of the previous year, blah, 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 and that previous year is a full.
Yeah, and that's a different one. That's not what I'm talking about. I'd have to calculate, if that's applicable to us, and if so, how much. So that's a kind of a different calculation than the base one. That one was added actually in the last legislative session. And so that's another one that I'll have to investigate to figure out what that means for us.
So I don't think we're going to resolve this right now, but I just want to say I'm not convinced that it's being calculated the right way, and I just want to discuss it more before we decide how much we need to spend.
Well, again, it's just one out of, several dozen, I don't know, several dozen, but several main points that I make. And so to me, it's like, I would support just taking this action even if we weren't compelled to do so because of the fund balance. And that's just my recommendation. You guys are calling the shots. But, I'm forecasting that we're heading into a recession and that this is the beginning of a downward economic trend. And I want to get in front of it.
And one other thing I wanted to add, sorry, Mary, is that I also see this not as an aggressive campaign that gets us out ahead of other markets. I see this as like a base level competitive, just remaining competitive, because what we're seeing from other destinations in our kind of competitive area and the Utah Office of Tourism is that almost every other destination is responding to these conditions in the same way. And so if we're not, reacting with a shift and a reprioritization, then we're basically just not staying at baseline. Like this is basically just keeps us at baseline. Yeah. I mean, more or less, like that's something else to consider is that like if we don't kind of pursue something like this, other competitive markets who over the last couple of years like us have kind of benefited from a windfall of COVID, post-COVID outdoor recreation travel. That's coming down and people are turning up the gas. And so I think there's a fair amount of, for me, just like staying competitive with the baseline of what our other competitors are doing. I do think this is like a smart and all of the above, but I just realized I didn't mention that as another thing to think about.
Yeah. Mary, go ahead.
Yes. Two things. I've been on a lot of meetings that we've had with Love, and I think they understand our goal. Yeah. I'm not concerned about that at all because they understand what we're attempting to do and how we're attempting to, and so on. But on the other side, money and projections, I have full trust in Chris's ability to forecast and see things, because in the past he's done it. I mean, he was the only one pre-COVID that started in like October or earlier saying we've got to start thinking about this, and the rest of us are like, well, that's over time. And so what I'm trying to say is that if it sounds like what you want is a kind of a straw poll to say, if you can move forward with this, bring it forward. Are there any questions so that you have it all the way we want to see it next in 2 weeks, so that we will feel comfortable suspending the rules and voting on it then, so that you can move forward.
Absolutely.
So you have my support.
Cool.
Just to clarify, just what is being asked for support. In this, are you talking about moving around 800,000 from fund balance to make up for our budget, and
So
also moving 800,000 from fund balance for new advertising?
It's going to be probably less than that. So we already made a decision to move forward with the flood relief that we're going to have to pull from fund balance. So that's 250 right there. That's going to have to come in just to meet that program. Then we'll have to bring in, let me see if I have the numbers. To keep the current budget whole, we'd have to bring in another 145. And then whatever else we brought in on top of that would be the expansion of the tourism promotion program.
Oh, okay.
So 250 plus 145 just to cover the current budget and the flood relief.
Okay.
Then on top of that, we actually have we have over 2 million that can be spent and is earmarked on tourism promotion in the bank. But we have to keep, I like to keep at least 600,000 or 700,000 in the bank for cash flow. Because you got to have money to pay bills before the TRT starts rolling in. And in the beginning of the year, we don't get much TRT. So there's got to be some significant amount that stays in the fund balance for cash flow. But beyond that, it's up to us to manage the fund balance strategically. And then, I'm also proposing the expansion of the STAR grant program with the economic, because we have $950,000 from last year that didn't get spent on the economic diversification program. We have a very short period of time to prove that program out before it expires and goes away. So we want to be fast about that one and not sit on that money.
And speaking to that, would that be towards the grant applicants that have already been processed, Ben, I guess?
Yep, that's correct.
Yeah,
So
okay.
we have outstanding requests of over 3 million.
Yeah.
Grant requests for that program with $500,000 allocated currently, and so this would allow us to provide an additional $500,000 or so to existing applicants who the board, who the selection committee would want to provide grant funding to, but otherwise would be unable to.
So it'd basically double that program as it was initiated. Perfect.
And worth mentioning that the rural county or the Economic Development Advisory Board also approved an additional 40 or so grand from the 46.
Right, I saw that.
From the rural county grant program to go towards workforce housing specific projects within that fund. So if we added it, it would be a little over 1.4 million towards the STAR grant program, which I'm really excited about.
And we have well over $46,000.
Yeah.
Plus for housing projects.
Yes. Yeah.
All of this seems very reasonable to me. The one kind of shift from what we've talked about in the past is maybe the $550,000 or $500,000 spend trying to get close visitors to drive here.
Yeah.
Because historically, those are the visitors that maybe bring their own rigs and camp and their own food and don't make us as much money, and also create a lot of issues for public lands. So I am slightly concerned that such a bulk of our advertising campaign would be spent on that.
Yeah, and so to speak to the reasoning there, it's when we saw this during the last Great Recession, was when you have these various economic pressures, people reduce the number of trips they take and the radius of those trips. And so, the prevailing advice within the destination, or the prevailing wisdom within the destination marketing community, is really concentrate your resources on those most likely to choose your destination and might be on the fence between going here or somewhere else for their fall road trip, basically. Agreed, and we continue to really make the creative and the targeting meet our additional goals. But you're right. I mean, the reason why we also are focusing on flying is because they're coming farther, staying longer, spending more, renting all of their stuff, staying in hotels in downtown. Right? If you're driving, then you're bringing everything else. You're more likely to stay on public lands and all of the above.
I mean, I understand that reasoning too, and I don't want to stand in the way of Moab staying competitive.
It's worth mentioning.
Yes.
So how
So
much?
I had a concern similar to Sarah's. I mean, I understand why you're looking at both markets, but that 10-to-1 ratio in spending seems a little lopsided to me.
From domestic drive versus international? Is that
right? The 500,000 versus the 50,000, and I wondered why not 400,000 and 200, or yes.
That budget number was basically recommended by Love as something that would be effective and basically to scale of what the Utah Office of Tourism is spending on those international markets. And so if there's a question on that, I'd be happy to have Love speak to that.
But I guess not just the international markets. There's the Chicago. I mean, in our past round, we decided to spend money on, I forget whether it was Chicago and Seattle.
Yeah. Okay. So to that point, there is a launched, the $300,000 that fly market campaign is a $300,000 spend. So it'd be $300,000 as of currently set up right now to target those markets. That's supported by the U.S. Office of Tourism, Cooperative grant program. So that could also be augmented as well. Like you could consider augmenting the fly market campaign that the state has supported, and the drive market campaign. The numbers can be moved around, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yes, I guess I'm suggesting, based on what I know so far, I would favor moving the numbers around, just because we've said repeatedly in the past that in the future we don't want to emphasize increasing numbers. We want to get visitors who will stay longer and spend more. And the numbers I've seen so far about 2022 versus past years don't convince me that it's time to abandon that strategy. I think we should stick with it. So.
And so maybe something that'd be useful is like a informal meeting with Love in either this week or next. Probably this week would be best, to review those numbers and for concerned commissioners to explore what our options are, so that we can bring forward a proposal on the 20th that folks feel good about. How does that sound, Kevin?
That sounds good, and I should also acknowledge, we haven't really seen exactly what these ads are. We've discussed it in a general way, but we don't know, and so maybe they'll do an amazing job of pulling the kind of visitor we want out of the drive-by market. I mean, I don't know.
Sure. Yeah. So good point, Melissa. Yeah. So the reason why we approved that creative is that it takes time, obviously, to put that stuff together, and so that I think basically, we might not have proofs of the creative done by the 20th in a real way, and we shouldn't expect that, but that we're putting ourselves in a better position to launch the campaign much sooner because we've approved the creative spent today, so that they can actually continue to work on that. Does that address your?
Yeah, 3 weeks is big.
Okay. Right. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Yeah, like Mary, I appreciate all the work that's gone into this, and I feel comfortable moving forward with it as well.
So anyway, I think just getting back to the actual numbers, if we did a 250 to cover the grant, 145 to kind of shore up this year's budget, and then another 500 for the promotion expansion, then we're talking 895,000 about to draw out of the fund balance for the tourism promotion pot. And again, we have over 2 million, and so it's still leaving over $1 million.
Right, and then we have another $500,000 for diversification.
Yeah, and then we pull another 500,000 out for diversification, and might also probably pull the 280,000 out on the other side, the mitigation side, to plug into the general fund. It won't cover the full amount, will be down, but it'll be enough to take the edge off.
And will that get us to the reserve kind of statutory limit concern, or do we need to because I mean there's plenty of stuff that I would continue to.
Yeah, I mean it will for sure. Assuming that I'm interpreting the law correctly. But, like I said, I really need to sit down with the attorney and maybe our auditors to talk about that. But yeah, what I'm proposing, I mean, right now, if we came out dead even at the end of the year, I would say we're possibly over already by 31,000. So yeah, if we spend down more than $1 million, then we'll be easily in the clear.
Okay.
But I don't like being that close to being out of compliance. It's not coming.
Yeah, sure.
And so, the other thing to realize about this money is that it's statutorily regulated. And you can say, well, I don't want to spend the money on tourism promotion, but the law says that you have to. And you can only keep it in the bank for so long before you have to spend it. So you can't take it out and say, well, I'll spend it on something else.
Yeah.
It's illegal.
Right.
And to be clear, I think there's a lot of really good ways to use this money.
Yeah.
I think that we're moving in a direction for all the things that I've said that I think are like great uses of this funding that take into account all the concerns and move us forward to maybe a more productive conversation space about this whole issue generally.
Agreed, and appreciate that.
Yeah, when I talked with, we discussed that the commission would want to review the creative part. And we discussed that we're adhering to our advertising policy of educational, sustainable messaging. So they all are aware of that. And even though we haven't launched, an official rebranding process, I think that we're already rebranding just by following that policy.
Great. Any other questions or comments for Chris and August before we move on? Kevin?
I had a lot more to say, but it's late, so maybe I'll just give a very short version of it. What Chris just mentioned, the constraints on the various subcategories of TRT money, but those constraints, they're broader than just ad spending. They've mentioned developing tourism and things like that. So I do think it's worth thinking about what, if we're spending just to meet some kind of fund balance limit, some of the other ways it could be spent. And then I guess the other just broad concern is I do think of the past few years we've seen, actually let me start, before 2012 our tourism numbers were going, seemed like 2% a year. That's Arches National Park. It was growing and people were noticing it was big, but it wasn't a big deal. And then it's started growing much more quickly around 2013 and reaching record levels in 2021. And now we're getting all worried if we drop below 2021. But I think if you took a poll in the community, people would say 2021, it was a bad year in terms of tourism numbers. So I just don't buy this logic that we have to lock in, that we can never handle, we had some aberrant years. And so I understand that we've got to spend this money because of fund balances, but I think the ways in which we spend it, I would prefer that they be more thinking in the long term, trying to change the type of visitor who comes there to a visitor that provides more economic benefit and not just trying to do some kind of short-term fix because this year compared unfavorably to last year. So that is a concern I have that runs through all of this. And I know that, this proposal that's out here has a lot of different parts and some of them, that what I just said doesn't apply equally to all those different parts, but I do think we should keep those things in mind.
So that does, there's one last component to this discussion, which Kevin's comments actually roll into. It's, the possibility of finding a new special event coordinator using TRT. I personally think that it should come out of tourism promotion. It's squarely associated with facilitating tourism related events and facilitating visitors coming to Grand County. So I just guess I want to find out what the rest of the commission thinks. I think it's obvious we need that position.
Yeah.
Carrying on the way we are right now.
Yeah.
It's not sustainable for anybody. And so getting that process to become efficient and well administered is important. And so, if the commission says, Chris, go ahead and work it into the tourism promotion budget, then I'll figure out a way to do it. It may result in cutting back on advertising a reciprocal amount, but it's not the end of the world, And I think that these events that come to town are sort of bread and butter of the backbone of the economy in a lot of ways. And so I think that it's easily justified to use tourism promotion money for that, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I like the idea of it coming out of that pot the best, for sure. What's the staff position that currently works on special events?
It's Rachel.
What's her position?
Well, it's an administrative assistant in our office.
Oh, so she could be busy doing other things all day.
Yeah, so she also manages all of our payments and invoices and HR and does minutes for all of our board meetings and a host of other kind of general administrative duties. So this is just one component of her current job, although it does occupy a lot of her time.
this would be the full-time focus.
And not just her time, but
everybody else's time.
Right.
their time.
Yeah.
their time.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So
I strongly agree with what Chris said about the special event administrator position. I think we should do that, and I think it's very defensible to take it out of the tourism promotion budget. So.
And having a coordinator of that nature would surely cut back on all the discussion we've had to have tonight on all the events if we had, somebody at the helm.
And I also think it's just the right timing if we're gonna implement things and do it with meaning and, based on the views of the community and what they're saying the needs are, aligning them so that it's step one, here's your framework. We need you guys to, or we need you to put some of this together, but here's your guidance and go from there.
So she can hit 2023 running or he.
2024.
So that sounds like a thumbs up.
okay, cool. Anything else on this discussion point?
No, but that was a fruitful discussion. Thank you guys for bringing that
Very interesting.
up. And yeah, looking forward to the next meeting when we'll do it all over again.
I'll hold on again.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks, August.
I make a motion, we go into closed session to discuss character competency of or physical or mental health of an individual.
I'll second that.
All right, I have a motion by Mary and a second by Trish. All in favor of the motion? All right, go into closed session.
You lucky ducks, you get to go home.
Bye.
Bye.